A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy. Be happy, go lucky strike today.
To pick the mildest cigarette, you don't need sleight of hand. Taste Lucky's magic mildness, then they'll be your favorite brand.
I wash and scrub and cook and sew and still I sing a song. Because I never work alone, I've Lucky Strike along.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike. Be happy, go lucky strike today.
Enjoy your cigarette. Enjoy truly fine tobacco that combines both perfect mildness and rich taste in one great cigarette, Lucky Strike. For only fine tobacco gives you both real mildness and rich taste. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So, friends, be happy, go lucky. Try a carton of Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike. Be happy, go lucky strike today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
Gee, Uncle Jim, it sure is nice of you to take me on your milk rock.
I thought you'd get a kick out of it, Elmer.
Yeah, wait till I get home and tell all the kids in Calabasas. Yippee!
Not so loud, Elmer. People are asleep.
Asleep? At 11:30?
Oh, yeah, this is Beverly Hills. Sleeping till noon is a privilege reserved for the rich.
Gee, in Calabasas, if you ain't up by 7, you're a bum.
Yes, I know. Oh, well, there's Mr. Benny's house. Whoa, Deborah. Whoa. Come on now, up over the curb. Easy, Deborah, easy. Ah, there you are.
Uncle Jim, what'd you drive your wagon up here for?
Mr. Benny's gone for the summer, and I pay him 50 cents a week to let my horse graze on his lawn. Oh, he must be back from Europe. There's a milk bottle on the porch with a note in it. I better see what it says. Ah, the note's from Mr. Benny. Dear Milkman, please leave 2 quarts of milk. I have just returned from London, where I was acclaimed the greatest sensation ever to appear at the Palladium Theater and a pint of cream. Well, I better find out if they want me to resume regular service. Well, good morning, Rochester.
Good morning, Mr. Milkman.
Glad to see you back, Rochester. How was your trip to Europe?
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I was in Rome, Venice, Monte Carlo, London, and Paris.
Well, where did you have the best time?
Last night on Central Avenue. What a party.
Well, tell me, Rochester, was this as big as the farewell party they gave you when you went away?
Same one is still going on.
No.
Yeah. They didn't even miss me.
I got to run along now, Rochester. I'll continue your regular service.
Thank you. See you in a fortnight.
Nina, the Pinta, or the Santa Maria? Uh-oh. Look what time it is. Mr. Benny starts his first program today. I better see if he's up. Mr. Benny! Mr. Benny!
Good morning, Rochester.
Well, you're dressed already.
Yes, sir. Up, dressed, and raring to go. Just think, Rochester, I've been off the air since May, and here it is September. That's a long layoff.
It sure is, boss.
But it has been a nice vacation. Now it'll be good to get back to my millions of listeners. I wonder what they've been doing all summer.
Most of them been swimming in the English Channel.
Oh, yes, we almost hit a couple with the Santa Maria. Rochester, I better have something to eat before I go to the studio. What have we got in the icebox?
Well, there's still a little of that Thanksgiving turkey left.
There is? I thought we ate the last of that in Scotland. Didn't we?
No, but we had it down thin enough so we can make a wish.
Oh, yeah. Well, Roger, I'll just have some orange juice and a cup of coffee. I'll get it. Oh, it's a long, long time from May to December, and the dough runs short when you reach September. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. Don!
Hello, Jack. Good to see you.
Nice to see you too, Don. Come on in.
Oh, just a minute, Jack. What happened to your lawn?
My lawn?
I don't know who's been taking care of it, but look at the way the grass is cut. It's so uneven.
I would get a horse with a tooth missing. Come on in.
Well, Jack, tell me all about your trip to Europe. Did you have a good time?
Oh, it was great, Don. Just wonderful.
That's swell. How was your engagement at the Palladium? Were you a big hit?
A big hit? Don, you've known me a long time, haven't you?
Yes, I have, Jack.
And you know that I'm not the kind of a fella who boasts or brags.
Well...
What? Well, what I'm trying to say is, Don, my engagement at the Palladium was absolutely sensational. In all modesty, I can say it was a personal triumph.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Jack. You know, a few weeks ago, I appeared at the Hollywood Bowl in The Vagabond King, and I was a big hit, too.
Well, good. What part did you play, Don?
I was all the King's men.
Don, melancholy baby. Don, I know what you're laughing at, but I still can't...
There's your orange juice, boss.
Oh, thanks, Rochester.
And I brought what's left of that turkey.
Good. Would you like a piece, Don?
Oh, no, thanks. That turkey looks awful.
If you think it looks bad now, you ought to see his passport picture.
So what? Who takes a good passport picture? Anyway, Don, I'm glad that you... Don, I'm glad that you had some work during the summer. Excuse me. Come in. Well, Dennis.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Dennis, it's so good to see you. Gosh, it's been almost 4 months.
Oh, it's good to see you, too, Mr. Benny. Gee, I sure missed you.
Well, thanks, Dennis. I missed you, too.
Gee whiz, I thought you'd never get back.
Well, gee, that's sweet, kid.
How was your engagement at the Palladium?
Oh, it was wonderful, Dennis. Just wonderful.
I heard you were a big flop.
You heard I was a flop? Who told you that?
My mother.
You're just being ridiculous. How would your mother know?
Well, she was the second mate on the Santa Maria.
Oh, stop. For your information, kid, I was a very big hit at the Palladium. If you don't believe me, ask Don.
How would Don know?
I told him, that's how. Now, look, kid, today I'm starting my 19th year in radio. We'll soon be going to the studio. And for once, I'd like to start a program without aggravation. Is that asking too much?
Not in a democracy, no.
That's not asking too much anywhere. Now, let's hear the song you're going to do for the first show.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes I live in the country. Sometimes I live in town. Sometimes I take a great notion to jump into the river and drown. Irene, good night. Irene, good night. Good night, Irene. Good night, Irene. I'll see you in my dream. Stop rambling. Stop your gambling. Stop staying out late at night. Go home to your wife and family. Stay there by your fireside bright. Irene, good night. Irene, good night. Good night, Irene. Good night, Irene. I'll see you in my dream. Good night, Irene. Good night, Irene. I'll see you in my dream.
Dennis, that was swell. You certainly picked a good song for the first show.
Yes, Dennis, and your voice is better than ever.
It certainly is, kid, and it has a richer quality.
Well, that's because my tonsils.
Your tonsils? You had those taken out a year ago.
I put them back in again.
Now cut that out! Dennis, I told you that I don't want to start out a new season. Come in. Well, look who's here.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, fellas.
Mary, I thought you were going right to the studio.
I was, Jack, but I got to thinking that this is our 19th year on the radio, and, well, I thought it would be nice if you and I went down together.
Oh, that's sweet.
Say, Mary, you really look wonderful today, and that's a cute dress you're wearing.
Well, thanks, Don. I bought it for our first program.
Oh, when'd you buy it?
19 years ago. It's back in style again.
See, Mary, I'm right. Never throw anything away.
Say, Mary, you were over in Europe this summer, too, weren't you?
Yes, Don, and we had a wonderful time.
Jack told us what a big hit he was at the London Palladium.
Yes, he was. He did very well.
That ain't the way I heard it.
I don't care what you heard. Dennis, you should have been there. You would have seen an audience stand up and cheer for 10 minutes.
When was that?
The night the king walked in.
Yeah, right in the middle of one of my best jokes.
Jack, did you tell the boys what a sensation Phil Harris was?
Well...
No, Mary, Jack didn't even mention Phil.
He didn't?
Look, Mary.
Then I'll tell you. Phil was absolutely a ride with his songs. He took a dozen encores, and they just wouldn't let him off the stage.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that about Phil. Jack, why didn't you say something about it?
Because he's jealous.
Now, don't be silly. I wasn't jealous of Phil Harris.
Then why'd you go around London telling everybody he was Jack the Ripper?
I just did that for a gag.
Some gag. They almost hanged him.
That was after he sang That's What I Like About the South. He did the last three choruses with his feet off the ground. Now, come on, kids. We better get down to the studio.
Where's Phil?
Well, he's down at CBS already rehearsing the band. Come on, let's go. You know, kids, it'll be nice getting back to the old... Get off the lawn. You've had enough. And have your tooth fixed. Come on, Mary. I'll drive down with you. See you at the studio, fellas. Well, Mary, here we are, Studio B, same old place. Gee, it's good to be back.
Yeah, there's always something exciting about starting a new season.
Gosh, when I think of all the great programs we've done from this studio. Come on, let's go in. Gee, the old place sure...
Hey, you, Bud, watch where you're going.
Who, me?
Yeah, you're standing right in the range of the camera.
Camera?
Watch out, clumsy. Don't knock over those lights.
Lights? What's going on here?
Well, can't you see? We're in the middle of a television program.
Television? But I'm supposed to do a radio show in this studio.
What kind of show?
Radio.
Radio? You think that, Joe? You can remember.
Jack, maybe we made a mistake.
How can we make a mistake? This is Studio B.
For heaven's sake, mister, get out of the way. We're televising a program.
Anyway, I won't leave. This is my studio. I'm Jack Benny.
Jack who?
Benny.
You think that, Joe? You can remember.
Joe, he looks like Deborah. Look, fellas, there must be some mistake. We always do our radio show from here.
Well, I don't know anything about that. This is a television studio now, and Hey, wait a minute. There was some guy named Harris here before. We sent him over to Studio F.
Well, why'd you say so in the first place? Come on, Mary. Got a lot of nerve changing my studio. The least that CBS could have done was to discuss this change with me.
Jack, you were in Europe all summer.
Well, they could have talked to my writer.
They were in Honolulu.
Well, then they could have talked to my agent.
He was in Alcatraz.
Oh, yes, what a coincidence. We all took boat trips this summer. Well, here's Studio F. Let's go in.
All right, fellas, now let's try it once more. A 1, a 2, a Phil. Oh, hiya, Jackson. Hello, Libby.
Hello, Phil. How are things going?
Oh, fine, Liv. We're still rehearsing the opening number. I'll be with you in just a minute. Take a seat, Clyde.
Okay, Phil. We'll wait.
All right, fellas. Now let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. A root, toot, 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 toot. Hit it. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Phil. Hold it. Phil, hold it. Hold it. Phil. What's wrong, Jackson?
You're playing Guy Lombardo's theme song. He was our summer replacement.
Well, why didn't he take his music off the stand?
I'm glad he didn't. He may be with us next week.
Say, Phil, have you got the same musicians this year?
Yeah, Bagby, Remley, Kimmick, Sammy, same old gang.
Where's Fletcher, the trombone player?
Oh, Fletcher, he'll be a little late. His wife's going to have her 10th baby, so they put her in the clink.
Put her in the clink?
Phil, why would they do that?
I don't know, but it said so right on the door. C-L-I-N-I-C.
That's clinic. Clink.
What's the difference? She can't get out.
All right. Now, look, Phil, instead of rehearsing Guy Lombardo's theme song, why don't
Hello,
you...
Phil.
Hiya, Phil.
Well, Don and Dennis, it's glad to see you. You guys are a sight for pink eyes.
He admits it yet.
Say, Phil, Mary was telling me what a big hit you were at the Palladium in London. Oh, Mary, huh? Oh, bless your heart, Liv, you pretty thing. Hey, Donzy, you would have been so proud of me. To quote the words of one of England's foremost critics, he wrote, "When Phil Harris walked out to the center of the stage, the vociferous ovation was not only tumultuous, but it finally reached a crescendo bordering on pandemonium."
That he could read, but clinic is clink.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. You must admit that Phil was a big hit.
All right. So Phil was a hit. What about me?
I heard you were a big flop.
You know, for a kid who
Okay,
doesn't...
folks, clear the stage. We've got to set the cameras up. Hey, Mac, put the lights on both sides.
Now, wait a minute.
Don't argue, chum. We got to do a television show here in half an hour.
But I thought this...
Come on, Jack. We'll find another studio.
Okay, let's go. See, Mary, I don't know what that... I know that television is important. But if CBS thinks they can push me around, they've got another thing coming. I'm going to take this up with my agent next visiting day. This is awful.
Jack, look. That studio across the hall has a sign on the door that says Lucky Strike.
Oh, yeah, that must be ours. Let's go in. Hey, Mary, look at the way those...
Quiet, please. We're doing a Lucky Strike commercial for television.
A commercial?
Jack, look at those cigarettes marching.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. To the left, right. Out.
There's never a trip and we never trip, so perfect are we made. You can hear that beat coming down the street. You want to get in step with Lucky Strike. For keep down smoking satisfaction, Lucky's the one you like. We're round and firm and fully packed, and just as fine as we can be. Be happy and go Lucky Strike, and smoke and relish and a tea. And when you hear that soul American, every Tom and Dick and Harry can line along and start popping it. Nothing beats a Lucky Strike. There's no rough puff, no puff that's rough. So clear away. It's Lucky Day. L-S-M-F-T. 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 From the full rich taste of fine tobacco, you are sure to like. There is nothing half as good as popping on a Lucky Strike. L-S-M-F-T. L-S-M-F-T.
Jack, wasn't that wonderful?
Certainly was, Mary. It's amazing the strides that televisions are making these days.
Jack, what's that on your hands?
Huh? Oh, darn it, it's paint. I must have touched a piece of scenery. Excuse me a minute, I'll go wash it off. Oh, no. A camera in here. I guess they're just storing it in here temporarily. Where's some soap? There, that's better. Mary!
I'm over here at Studio T. It's the only one we haven't gone in yet.
Okay, let's try it. Try anything.
All right, if that's camera and lights is set, let's rehearse that scene again, huh?
Look, Jack, it's Alan Young.
Oh, yeah. Alan Young, what are you doing here?
I'm rehearsing my television show.
Oh.
Say, Alan, how do you like being in television?
Oh, it's wonderful, Mary. It's so exciting, and Jack, I think you ought to get into it, too.
Well, I am scheduled to do a few shows this year, but, Alan, don't you think that television is pretty tough on radio actors?
Well, television is hard work, Jack, and there's no question it isn't going to be easy on the older radio stars.
Uh-huh.
Oh, but that shouldn't worry a man like you. You're in your late 30s, aren't you?
It's later than you think.
Yes, next year, you see, I'll be 40 again. I mean, 40. But, Alan, How do you think I'll photograph on television?
Oh, Jack, you don't need to worry about that at all. They got wonderful makeup men. See, they can remove wrinkles from your face. They can broaden your eyebrows. They can take away your double chin. Well, gosh, they can do anything.
Well, how do you think my hair will photograph?
I don't know. Let's throw it in front of the camera and see.
Oh, no, you're not going to throw this one.
Don't worry, it always lands on its feet.
Mary, please.
All right, Mr. Young, we're ready to start the rehearsal.
Will you excuse me now? I have to go.
Well, certainly. Goodbye, Alan.
So long, Alan. Oh, by the way, Alan, one more thing I'd like to ask you. I don't want to get personal, but how did you get into television?
Well, I went in to wash my hands, and there I was.
Oh, well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Jack, it's almost time for our broadcast.
Oh, Jack!
Well, here comes Don. Maybe
Jack,
he'll know.
where are we going to go? Every studio I've looked into has been converted to television. Where are we going to do our broadcast of our show?
Well, I'll find out right now. I'm going upstairs and see Mr. Megan. He's the head man at CBS on the West Coast. I'm tired of being pushed around. Trouble every year. If it isn't my cast, it's my writers. If it isn't my writers, it's my agent. If it isn't my agent, it's his parole board. But I'm gonna get a studio to broadcast from if I have to. Oh, here's Mr. Megan's office. Pardon me, I'm looking for Mr. Megan.
I'm Mr. Megan.
Well, I'm Jack Benny.
Oh, yes, on the radio.
Mary, he remembers. He remembers.
Oh, of course I do. Now, what can I do for you, Jack?
Plenty. I came down here this afternoon with my entire cast to do my first show of the season, and what do I find? Every single studio in the building is occupied. Now, tell me, where am I going to do my radio program?
Oh, yes, your radio program.
Yeah.
You know, we've got to find you a studio. I think I know where I can get you one. Excuse me. Hello, NBC?
What's going on here? Now, look, Mr. Megan, why is it every year when I start a new season I run into trouble? For 19 years I've been in radio. 19 years. And a little thing like television comes in and disrupts everything. Why just once in 19 years? And I open a... Jack, will you ride it just a moment?
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, so lucky strike, be happy, so lucky strike today.
I'm the policeman in our town. I walk through every street, and Lucky Strike rates right on top with people on my feet.
Some claim this and some claim that, but when all's said and done, for full, rich taste and mildness too, Lucky Strike's the one.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
That's right, friends. Be happy, go lucky. Just taste the mildness, the richness of a Lucky Strike. Here's a great cigarette. You bet Lucky's always give you perfect mildness. Scientific tests prove it. Prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand. And you always get the full, rich taste of fine tobacco because LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Remember, only fine tobacco gives you both real mildness and rich taste. So, friends, be happy. Go lucky. Try a carton of Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Good night, everybody.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike.
Yes, I demand perfection, and Luckies are so round and firm, they're tops in my affection.
I write a column full of news, and I've a scoop for you. A Lucky is a happy smoke, so mild and so rich too. Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, right.
Enjoy your cigarette. Enjoy truly fine tobacco that combines both perfect mildness and rich taste in one great cigarette, Lucky Strike. For only fine tobacco gives you both real mildness and rich taste. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So friends, be happy, go lucky. Try a carton of Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike, be happy, go lucky, strike today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman's Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, it is morning, and as we look into Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, he and Rochester are going over the bills that have accumulated during their absence in Europe.
Here's a bill from the gas company, $8.50.
$8.50.
Electric bill, $9.75.
$9.75.
Here's a bill from the telephone company, $6.40.
Wait a minute. Why do we have to pay the telephone company?
They couldn't get in to open the coin box.
Oh. I wonder how much my share will be this month. Now, let's see. I paid my cast and writers for the first show. Oh, yes, I have to mail a check for commission to my agent.
I've been meaning to ask you about that, boss. How does your agent get to the bank?
He doesn't. The warden deposits it for him.
Say, boss, isn't your agent in for 20 years?
Yeah, but he gets 10% off for good behavior. What else have you got there?
Here's a bill from your dentist. He wants $100 deposit.
My dentist? Oh, yeah. Send that bill to my sponsor. After all, it was his idea, you know.
Your sponsor?
Yeah, he thought it'd be nice for television if I had my 5 front teeth fixed.
Well, what's wrong with your 5 front teeth?
Nothing. He wants to put LSMFT on it. But I don't know whether I'll do it or not. These smiling commercials. Be happy, go lucky. You know, the next thing you know, he'll want me to...
I'll get it. Hello? Well, how are you? Yeah, we've been back from Europe 3 weeks now. Sure, you can come home anytime you want to. Goodbye.
Who was that?
Your parrot.
It'll be good to see Polly again. Now, let's finish these bills. I don't want to waste all day.
Yes, sir. Here's one for your automobile insurance. Wait a minute, boss. This premium seems too high. It's $93.50.
No, Ross. That's not the premium. That's what the car's insured for.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see it right here. It's covered for fire, theft, and rheumatism.
Oh, stop. Is that all?
No, there's still one more bill. It's from the Flamingo Hotel in Las Vegas. It's for $30.20.
That's right. I was up there for 3 days. Let's see, my room was $10 a day. That's $30. Pay it, Rochester.
What's the 20 cents for?
I gambled a little. I was up all night trying to break even. You know, sometimes... I'll get it. Hello? No, the address here is 360 North Camden Drive, not 350. Goodbye. Stupid parrot. Some birds can't find their way to Capistrano. She can't even find her own house. Now, Now, Rochester, take all these bills and come in. Well, hello, Dennis. What are you doing here?
What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Every time I come to your house, you ask me the same thing.
What?
For 10 years, I've been coming to your house, and it's always, hello, Dennis, what are you doing here?
Look, kid.
Just once, I'd like you to say, hello, Dennis, glad to see you. Come in and stand on your head.
Dennis, why should I ask you to stand on your head?
Well, you know it's a long walk. My feet hurt.
Well, that's ridiculous. Dennis, you only live 2 blocks from here. Why is it such a long walk?
I always get lost.
But there's nothing to it. Why didn't you just come down Rexford and walk up Sunset Boulevard?
Oh, I'm afraid to pass Gloria Swanson's house.
What?
If she killed William Holden, what chance has a jerk like me got?
Look, Dennis, do me a favor, will you? Go outside, I'll close the door, and ring the bell again.
Okay.
Well, hello, Dennis. Come on in and stand on your head. Now leave me alone.
Yes, sir.
Now maybe I can... Not on the piano! Look, kid, I didn't ask you over here, but if you came to let me hear your song, let's hear it and then go home.
Okay.
Hold it a minute. Yes?
How do you do? I'm from the telephone company.
Oh, it's right over there on the wall.
Thank you. My, it's heavy this time.
Yes, business was great when the Shriners were in town.
I'll dump them out right here on the table.
Gee, look at all those nickels.
Here I go to divide the dough, and when I'm through, I'll scrammy. 1 for me, and 1 for you, and 5 for Uncle Sammy.
Yes, mustn't forget him. My agent did, and look where he is. Now, look, mister, would you mind counting those coins in the other room?
No, not at all.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dennis. Let's hear your song.
Yes, sir.
Have named you. You're so like the lady with a mystic smile. Is it only 'cause you're lonely they have blamed you for that Mona Lisa strangeness in your smile? Do you smile to tempt a lover, Mona Lisa? Or is this your way to hide a broken heart? Many dreams have been brought to your doorstep. They just lie there and they die there. Are you warm? Are you real, Mona Lisa? Or just a cold and lonely, lovely work of art? Mona Lisa.
That was fine, Dennis. Very good. You can go home now if you want to. Dennis, I said you can go home now. Dennis. Oh, isn't that cute? He sang himself to sleep. See, he must have walked a long way to be that tired.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary. Come on in and stand on your head. I mean, come on in.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Dennis, wake up.
Huh? Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Dennis. By the way, Jack, I haven't seen you since last Sunday. Did you read all the reviews on your opening program?
Yes, most of them. I thought they were nice.
The reporter in Variety said you were better than ever.
I know.
Luella Parsons said you got loads of laughs.
Yes.
Hedda Hopper said you were dynamite.
Yes, I know.
Erskine Johnson said you weren't the least bit funny.
Him I'm suing. What other write-ups were there?
Did you read the review in the Herald Express?
No.
You can take that one to the Supreme Court.
No kidding. Was it that bad?
Was it?
I thought you went home.
How can I? My shirt's in your bending.
Well, go and get it. Mary, getting back to those reviews, I can't understand it. Everybody seemed to like the show.
Even my mother.
Oh, your mother. What does your mother know? She liked it?
Yes, I got a letter from her yesterday.
Oh.
I brought it over. Do you want me to read it to you?
Yes. I mean, if she likes my show, certainly go ahead.
Okay. My darling daughter, Mary. Just a note to tell you, we heard Jack's opening program and thought it was very good.
Well.
It's about time. We'll soon be able to see Jack, too, as we have a new television set.
Oh.
Papa didn't want to pay all that money for a set, so he built his own. Something went wrong, though, and when it was finished, the screen was 1 inch high and 7 feet wide. It works all right, but Hopalong Taxi looks like he's riding a snake.
That's silly. A screen 1 inch high and 7 feet wide.
I wonder what Faye Emerson looks like.
Read on, Mary.
Here's some good news about your sister, Babe.
About Babe? Oh, goody.
Babe is very upset because she wasn't selected to go to the Atlantic City Baby Beauty Contest as Miss Plainfield. And I don't blame her. Even though I'm her mother, I must admit that Babe has the prettiest pair of knees in New Jersey. It's a shame they're in the back.
Lucky her feet are on backwards. She'd look awful.
Jack.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary.
No other news except that I'm very angry at your father not speaking to him.
What?
Last month was our anniversary, and I told him I wanted to see South Pacific. So he took me to New York and shoved me on a banana boat.
Good.
Have to close now, but we'll write again soon. Your loving mother, Sally High Livingston.
You know, Mary, if your mother lived here in Hollywood, I'd give her a job as a writer. I'm not kidding. Say, excuse me, will you?
Where are you going?
I'm in the kitchen. I want to get a glass of water. Answer that, will you, Mary?
Okay. Hello?
Well, how you live? What are you doing at Treasure Island?
Well, I had nothing to do, so I dropped in at Jack's house.
Social or bending?
Just social, Phil.
Where is Jackson?
He'll be right back. He's getting a drink.
No, don't tell me the old man is finally gone.
Here he is now. Oh, Jack. Phil.
Oh.
Hello? Hiya, Jackson. Been nipping a bit, huh?
Yes, Phil, I had a glass of water. Nice, plain, cool water.
Water?
Yes, water. What's in your swimming pool?
Remley, we're playing Sunset Boulevard.
All right. What did you call for?
Oh, I want to find out about rehearsal.
Oh, you do, eh? You want to find out about rehearsal? Well, Mr. Harris, for your information, rehearsal was at my house last night.
Was I there?
No.
Well, I can cross that one off.
Now, look, Phil, I think we ought to get something straightened out right now. This is the start of a new season. When I call a rehearsal, I expect everybody to be there, and that includes you. Now, this is your last warning.
Hey, Jackson.
What?
If you didn't need me, I'd be scared to death.
Need you? Phil, I need you like my agent needs a tuxedo. Now hang up and I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye, Phil.
Good night, Irene.
What a guy. Say, Mary, it's getting kind of late and I'm hungry. Would you like to stay for dinner?
Oh, sure, Jack. I'd love to.
Where's Dennis?
Well, he went out while you were talking to Phil.
Good, good. I'm going to get Rochester started with dinner.
Okay, I'll just sit in here and play the piano. Gee, this thing is out of tune. Oh, what a piano. No wonder nobody puts nickels in it anymore. You'd think he'd at least... Oh, Jack! Never mind, I'll get it. Hello, Don.
Well, hello, Mary. Is Jack in?
Yes, is he expecting you?
Yeah, Jack brought me a gift from Europe, and he wanted me to drop by and look at it.
Just look at it?
Well, he said he'd give it to me today if I promised not to expect anything for Christmas.
Oh, well, come on in.
You know, Mary, I envied you and Jack traveling all over Europe.
Well, I must say it was exciting, Don. We had so much fun in London, Paris, Rome, Venice, and...
Venice? Jack didn't tell me about that.
Well, he wouldn't.
What are you laughing at, Mary?
Well, Jack will never tell you, so I will.
Well, go ahead, Mary. I'd love to hear it.
Well, after Jack finished his engagement at the London Palladium, we went to Paris. From Paris, we went to Rome. And while in Rome, we decided to go to Venice.
Gosh, those canals must be fascinating.
Oh, they are, Don. Anyway, we arrived at night, checked into the Grand Denali Hotel, and the next morning I met Jack in the lobby. Jack, did you get the tickets for the sightseeing tour?
Yes, Mary, and the gondola will leave in a few minutes. Gee, I'm sure looking forward to it.
Signor Benny?
Yes?
I am the Belle Capitan. The gondola for the sightseeing tour. She's about ready to leave.
Oh, good. Well, we'll be right out.
Grazie.
Oh, Bell Captain, should I bring my coat?
Signorina Livingstone, this is a sunny Italy. We have the same climate you have in California. Bring your coat.
I thought so. Come on, Jack. Gosh, Jack, what a thrill. This is the first time I've ever been in a gondola.
Yeah. I didn't know it helped so many people. I'm sure glad we came on this sightseeing tour.
Oh, Jack, the guide is getting up to point out the places of interest.
Yeah. Come on, Mary, let's get closer to him. There's so many interesting things in Venice. I don't want to miss a word he says. Excuse me.
Jack.
Excuse me.
Jack, you're close enough to him.
Just a little closer. Excuse me.
È vero, molto divertiti, famosi, storici palazzi che sorcombando, ma questo uomo ha un piede sul mio.
What do you say? Huh?
In 20 anni che faccio il gondoliere non ho mai visto un animale come questo e ancora mi pesa il piede.
What do you say, huh? What do you say, Mary? What do you say?
Se lo batto se io rompo il naso e la testa anche, e ancora mi pesa il piede.
What do you say?
Jack.
Just a minute, Mary. Say, mister, do you understand Italian?
Yes, I do.
Oh, good. What did he say?
He said you're standing on his foot.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll step back.
Jack!
Mary!
Miss, shall I help you get him back into the boat? Or did you push him?
Certainly not. Please help me. Here, Jack, take my hand.
Easy does it now. There we are.
Thanks, mister. Oh, boy, am I wet.
Io penso lo piendo, ma lui è dietro in gondola. Un cocciara mia gamba.
What do you say? Huh? What do you say?
He said you're dripping on his leg.
If he thinks I'm going to step back again, he's crazy.
Say, wait a minute. Aren't you Jack Benny?
Yes. In sono programma artista che il continente di Europa sono vista.
Wait a minute. I thought you couldn't speak Italian.
What did Mr. Benny say?
He said he was a sensation at the Palladium Theater in London.
That he could say in Chinese.
Mary, please.
Rivediamo il Plaza che è famoso per le gondoliere che cante.
What did he say? What did he say?
He said we are now approaching the plaza, which is famous throughout the world for its singing gondoliers.
Oh, yes, look. All those people sitting out on the pier. Where else would you see anything like this?
Coscienza un poco ma se fuggi sono inferno, sono pure in e non ti corre presso e non ti struggi e ora fa, no passa sta resti, viamo già su là smoka lati, la be happy and so lucky, la resti, viamo già su lì lucky, frightening, everything,
That was wonderful, wasn't it, Mary?
Yes, Jack. And you better sit down. Our gondola's starting to move again.
Gosh, I wouldn't have missed this trip for anything. It's so picturesque here in Venice.
Oh, Jack, look at those signs along the side of the canal.
Signs?
Yeah. I'll see if I can read them as we pass. Prendere un punta. De uno che canasso. Talia tuo berba. Ma non tuo naso. Sperma shave.
Mary, where does it say Burma shave?
On that last sign. Bermuda Radera. That's Burma shave.
Bermuda Radera means Burma shave? Holy smoke, I better learn what these Italian words mean.
Why?
I had that on my strawberries this morning. See, I'll just have to...
Jack, sit down. You're rocking the gondola, and we're getting into heavy traffic.
Yeah, just look at all those gondolas going in every direction. So wonder they don't bump into each other. What's that?
It's that man sitting over there in that little boat. He used to work for the traffic department.
What's the matter with him?
He went crazy trying to paint a white line down the middle of the canal.
Oh, well, that is a problem. Why didn't he try watercolors?
Jack, look out!
Mary! Mary!
I knew this was going to happen.
Miss, are you sure you didn't push him?
Of course not. Now help me get in the boat.
Okay.
No, don't grab him by the hair. Here, Jack. Here's my hand.
These boats are too narrow.
What do you mean too narrow? You fell off the Queen Mary.
Only one. Gee, I'm cold. I think achoo!
Fraturare un coscia.
Thank you.
He said break a leg.
It sounds so nice in Italian.
Jack, why don't you just sit down and enjoy the ride like everybody else?
Okay, but gee, I'm so wet.
Well, it's your own fault.
Signore e signori, noi al passo il famoso spazio per qualche spesa in Venezia.
The guy just said we're passing the shopping center of Venice.
Oh, yeah.
Look at those little stores right out on the water. Gosh, it's the only place in the world like this.
Yeah, and Mary, look at that store on the end. It specializes in gondola accessories. Manny, Mo, and Luigi. See, the place in Los Angeles must have stolen its name from this one.
Ora, signore e signori, noi passi il famoso americano riunione spazio in Venezia.
The guy just pointed out the famous American rendezvous in Venice called Harry's Bar.
Oh, yes, I've heard of that. See, that's where all the Americans in Venice come for cocktails.
We must go there, Jack.
Yeah, and say, Mary, did I tell you the wonderful joke I made up about Phil Harris? I'm going to do it on our first broadcast.
Oh, look, Jack, you're on a vacation. Forget jokes.
No, Mary, this will be sensational. Now, get this. I'm going to say this on the first broadcast. I'm going to say that when we were in Venice, Phil Harris went into Harry's bar and sat down at a table with one of the natives. Phil took a drink, and then the native took a drink. Get this. Then Phil took another drink, and the native took another drink. They kept drinking and drinking till the native couldn't see anymore.
What's funny about that?
Mary, don't you get it? Phil is the first guy in the world ever to drink a Venetian blind. Mary, don't you get it? Venetian. Mary.
Here, miss, I'll help you.
Never mind. This time I pushed him.
Good. Paddle on, gondolier.
Mary.
Mary, help me. Jack, we'll be back in just a moment, but first...
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Some taste like this and some like that, but nothing tastes quite like the milder, richer cigarette whose name is Lucky Strike.
When asked to vote, the people wrote in letters big and bold, it's LSMFT for me, on Lucky's we are sold.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Yes, friends, be happy, go lucky, and enjoy your cigarette. Puff by puff, you'll find Lucky's always give you perfect mildness. In fact, scientific tests prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand. But mildness is only part of the enjoyment Lucky's give you. You get rich taste, too. All the deep-down enjoyment that comes from truly fine tobacco, because LSMFT, Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco. So, friends, be happy. Go Lucky. Try a carton of Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Stay tuned in for the new Harold Perry Show, which follows immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good health to all from Rexall. It's the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, presented by the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with a welcome from all 10,000 of us. The 10,000 independent druggists who have added the word Rexall to our own store names and placed the famous orange and blue Rexall sign on our windows. We've done that because we believe in the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company, and we confidently recommend them to our customers. There's Rexall's Milk of Magnesia, for example. The milk of magnesia that's so mild, so creamy smooth, and free from unpleasant earthy taste, even children can taste the difference. Quality like that of Rexall Milk of Magnesia is what we family druggists are talking about when we tell you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall family druggist brings you the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Like a lot of men, Phil hates to answer correspondence. Alice is constantly after him to take care of his mail, and today she's finally forced him to sit down and read some of his accumulated letters.
Phil, you ought to be ashamed the way you neglect your mail. Some of these letters have been here for years, not even opened.
Don't exaggerate. I open my mail as soon as I get it.
You do, huh? Here's one from Washington marked official business.
Let me see that. Greetings. You are hereby ordered to report to your induction center. I answered this when I was in the Navy in 1943.
This one's from 1917.
Oh, that must be for Dad. All these letters aren't for me. Here's one for you.
What does it say?
Well, let me see. Oh, it's from the Bank of America, and it says, Dear Miss Faye, we appreciate your daily deposits, but please stop already. You're overcrowding our vault. Honey, I'm a busy man. Do I have to go through all this stuff?
Oh, you won't after today. I put in an ad in this morning's paper for a secretary for you.
Well, I don't need a... Secretary? Yeah. I could use one of them cute little gals to kind of...
Hold it, Wonga. That's not what you're getting. I advertised for a man secretary.
A man secretary? Pull yourself together, Hilda. You're making noises like a wife now. What's the matter with you? Don't you trust me?
Oh, of course I do. If you insist on a woman secretary, it's okay with me. I'll get you a sweet, charming, middle-aged spinster.
That ain't gonna do it. Look, I want a young girl, my own age.
A young girl your age? Let's face it, Curly, there ain't no such animal. Besides, I've practically hired a man already. And Mr. Sweeney called this morning. He sounded very efficient. I told him to come over for an interview.
But, honey, a girl can be just as efficient. If you think I'm going to take an old man when I can...
Hiya, Curly.
Oh, hello, Frankie. Hey, good morning. I'm glad you're here. Look, you can settle an argument for me. Now, if you were hiring a secretary and you had a choice between an efficient old man or a pretty young girl, which would you choose?
Well, that's not a choice. That's just a stupid question.
Now, you see, Alice, Frankie agrees with me.
Of course. Guy would be a fool to choose a pretty young girl when he can get an efficient old man. Business efficiency is the prime requisite in the administration of the customary protocol.
Well, if I'd have known you were coming, I'd have baked a dictionary.
What's all the secretary talk about? Who needs one?
Well, Alice feels that I need one because I can't answer my mail.
Why hire a secretary? Just go to night school and learn how to write.
I know how to write.
Write me something.
All right. Now, look, Alice, let me tell you something, young lady. I happen to be the boss of this house, and I've decided that I don't want a male secretary. I'm hiring a girl, and that's final. I'm putting my foot down.
I'm glad you're putting it down. You look awfully silly standing there on one foot. Quiet, please. Excuse me, I have an errand to do. I have to go next door and borrow a cup of axle grease. I'll see you later.
Alice, you're not telling me what I'm... Cup of axle juice. Guess she ran out of Crisco. Alice, come back here.
Yes?
What kind of an exit line was that?
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I guess I've been standing out in the rain too long.
What rain?
The rain from the song of the same name.
Oh, you little trickster, you.
Rain, let us cuddle in the rain. Pitter-patters on the pane. And we're alone. A chance to while away a dreamy afternoon, a lovely peaceful afternoon. No one can see us. Rain, it's so cozy in the rain. There's no reason to complain if he's with you. To hold his hand and then it's time to wonder in the rain, rain, rain. Let us stumble in the rain, pitter-patter on the pane, and there alone. A chance to while away a dreamy afternoon, a lovely peaceful afternoon. No one can see us. Rain, it's cozy in the rain. There's no reason to complain. She's with you. To hold his hand and then to when you kiss him in the rain, rain,
Well, excuse me while I go next door. And don't forget, Phil, you're not having a girl secretary. You're having a man.
Yes, dear. Yes, dear.
Assert yourself. If you don't want a male secretary, don't hire one.
You're right, Remley. I won't hire a man. Uh-oh. That's probably the guy now. Let's give it to him. Let's get rid of him.
I think we can discourage him.
Oh, how do you do? My name is Robert Q. Sweeney. I'm here for the job.
What job?
Well, the one you told me about on the phone, Mrs. Harris.
Oh, this boy's off to a great start. I got news for you, kid. I'm Mr. Harris.
Oh, I'm sorry. With these new short haircuts women have, it's hard to tell. I get kind of confused.
I can understand that.
A very embarrassing thing happened to me a few months back. I went with a girl for 2 weeks, and it wasn't until I kissed her that I found out it was her father.
That must have been very disappointing.
Yeah. What I thought was hot lips turned out to be a cheap cigar.
Righto.
All right, Remley, you can drop the net now. So long, Sweeney. Don't forget to say hello to Governor.
Keep in touch with us, Sween. If you ever manage to get an arm loose, drop us a line.
Well, wait a minute. Mrs. Harris said she wanted to interview me about the job, and I'm not going to budge until I talk to her.
Hey, Curly, we better interview this guy and get him out of here fast before Alice sees us.
Yeah. You probably think he's cute. Sweeney, on second thought, we'll interview you. After all, you'll be working for our firm.
What firm?
What firm? Harrison Remley Incorporated, the world's largest manufacturers of fireproof mustache cups. And stainless steel codfish balls.
Fireproof mustache cups? I never heard of anything like that.
Stainless steel codfish balls you heard of, huh?
You're going to love our new line, ball-bearing flapjacks. By the way, Mr. Remley, how are our flapjacks doing lately?
Great. They're selling like hotcakes.
That's a pretty lousy joke. If you fellas don't mind, I'd rather talk to Mrs. Harris.
Bill, did that man show up for the job
Oh,
yet?
Remley, quick, shove him in that clothes closet. Shove him in there till I get rid of Alice.
Yeah, okay. If you want to talk to Mrs. Harris, Mr. Sweeney, just step in this other room for a minute. Right this way. Attaboy.
Man, we got him in that closet just in time.
Yeah.
Bill, I thought I heard a strange voice out here. Did that man show up for the job yet?
You don't see him, do you?
Well, when he does show up, tell him to wait for me. I'm going next door to borrow a glass of paint thinner. I'll be right back.
Okay, honey, I'll catch you when he... Glass of paint thinner? First it was axle grease, and now it's paint thinner. Remley, what do you suppose she has in mind?
I don't know. But I ain't going to stay for dinner.
Look, do me a favor, will you? Now, while she's gone, let's get Sweeney out of that clothes closet and get rid of him. Will you help? Hey, Sweeney! Sweeney, you can come on out now.
Ah, that's a nice room in there. Doesn't get much sun, but it's cozy. Mr. Harris, I hope you don't think I'm a pig, but while I was waiting in there, I practically finished that whole box of mentholated bonbons.
Mentholated bon... Remley's been eating the mothballs. What do we do?
Let him finish them. We'll get him a job breathing on overcoats. There's a scarcity of men with mothballs.
All right. I'm all up with you now. That's fine. How are we going to get rid of this guy?
Frighten him.
How?
Sing at him. That ought to scare the mothballs out of him.
Give me that old-time religion, that old-time religion. Give me that old-time religion. It's good enough for me. It was good for Paul and Silas. Good for Paul and Silas. It was good for Paul and Silas, and it's good enough for me. Show me that place by the river. That place by the river. Show me that place by the river on Jordan's sunny shore.
What said Daniel from the lions? Said Daniel from the lions. What helped Daniel with the lions? Deacon starting telling me.
Well, it was that old-time religion. That old-time religion. Yes, that old-time religion, and it's good enough for me.
It helped Daniel with the lions. It helped to set him free.
Well, if it's good enough for Danny, then it's good enough for me. So give me that old-time religion, that old-time religion, give me that old-time religion. It's good enough for me. I'll be listening for Gabriel, listening for Gabriel. I'll be listening for Gabriel to blow on Judgment Day.
What helped David with Goliath? Helped David with Goliath. What helped David slay Goliath? What was it set him free?
Well, that old-time religion, old-time religion. Yes, that old-time religion. It's good enough for me.
It helped David with Goliath. It helped to set him free.
And if it's good enough for Davy, then it's good enough for me. Give me that old-time religion, old-time religion, old-time religion. It's good enough for me.
Now what rescued Brother Jonah? What rescued Brother Jonah? What was it saved old Jonah from the belly of the whale?
It was that old-time religion, old-time religion. Yes, that old-time religion. It's never known to fail.
It saved Jonah from the whale. Yes, it helped to set him free.
And if it's good enough for Joni, then it's good enough for me. So give me that old-time religion, that old-time religion. Give me that old-time religion. It's good enough for me. Well, it's that old-time religion, that old-time religion, that old-time religion. It's good enough for me. I want that old-time religion, that old-time religion. Give me that old-time religion. It's good enough for me.
Hey, Curly. He's still here. I guess he didn't hear you.
Oh, yes, I picked him up on my hearing aid. You came through splendidly, Mr. Harris.
Yes, Mr. Harris has a high hooper on the sonotone. Now, look, Sweeney, I don't want to... Oh, no, there's the bell. That's probably some other guy answering the ad. Frankie, I'll sneak Sweeney out the back and you answer the front door. Hurry up. Yeah, hurry. Come on, Sweeney. We're going bye-bye.
Oh, good. Can we go to the pony ride?
Yeah! Come on. Now, remember, Remley, if anybody comes after that job, get rid of them, because I don't want no secretary.
Yeah, okay, Curly. I'll brush him off fast. I'm coming. I'm sorry, but we can't use you. We don't need no secretary.
Not even me?
Well, you can throw away my guitar, Mother. I found something better to hold on my lap. What can I do for you, honey?
Well, I'm here in answer to the ad Mrs. Harris had in the paper for a secretary.
Mrs. Harris wants a man.
Who doesn't?
You intrigue me, miss. Come on in.
Thank you. I know the ad called for a man, but I thought I might get the job because I'm a very competent secretary.
Any fool can see that. Now then. What is your name, dear?
Clyde.
Clyde?
That's my last name. My first name is Myrtle.
Do you have any references?
Oh, I'm afraid not. All I have is a few pictures of me in a bathing suit. Here you are.
Oh, honey, that won't do any good. I can't tell from these if you... What lovely references.
Do you think I'll qualify for the job?
I'm sure you will. But let's not be hasty. Being a cautious businessman, I'll have to give you the secretary aptitude test.
What's that?
When I blow this whistle, you start running around that desk.
What's the test?
I run around after you, and if you get winded before I do, you get the job. On your mark, get set.
Oh, no, you're being silly. If you were to chase me around that desk, I wouldn't run away.
You wouldn't? What would you do?
Well, you see this hat, Tim?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not wearing a hat, and I'd have to put it someplace.
You're fighting me.
Well, do I get the job?
Of course you do, my dear. I'm sure things will work.
I got rid of Sweeney.
Good. Now come on in and meet your new secretary.
Frankie, I told you I don't want no secretary.
But I'll be such a big help to you.
I don't care. I don't need your help. Boing. Hey, Remley, what's all this?
This is the secretary Alice advertised for.
I don't think this is what Alice had in mind.
Oh, but
but she's a good secretary.
I don't care. Get Luella lap warmer out.
Ah, Curly, you're not being fair. Just because this girl happens to be pretty doesn't mean she isn't capable. You should see this kid's references.
Please, gentlemen, don't fight over me. If you don't want me, I'll leave. I don't know where I'll go or what I'll do, but I guess nobody cares.
Oh, now, miss, please don't do that. This kid cries pretty good. Let me have just a little more of that, honey. She's living it up now, ain't she? Got news for you. You don't have to cry, kid. Now, please stop bawling because I've got news for you. You can have the job.
I can't. Oh, you're a darling.
That's all right.
Why, you're the nicest old man I've ever met.
What do you mean, old man? I'm just a youth. In fact, it was only last week that Mother bought me my first pair of long pants. Do you like them?
Very much. They cover your varicose veins.
You're so nice to give me the job, and well, I'd like to show my appreciation. May I kiss your cheek?
Would it make you happy, my dear?
I just have to show my appreciation. There.
Hey, I bring the groceries and... What have we here?
Now, wait a minute, Julius.
Ain't this a touching little scene that I can make a quick buck on if I show it to the right gossip column?
Now, Julius, I tell you, there's nothing wrong with this.
I can see the headline now. What pretty young thing was found in the arms of what broken-down band leader who delivered the
Now, what are you talking about? I ain't done nothing.
Nothing, he said. I saw the whole thing with my own prejudiced little eyes. This sweet young thing came to your door selling Girl Scout cookies. Whereupon you took her in your arms and forced your binding kisses on her unwilling lips.
What cooking? All I did was hire as my secretary, and she was so grateful that she gave me a little kiss on the cheek.
I like my version better. Got more reader impact, more social significance, and a higher retail value.
Oh, Julius, the whole thing is innocent. What are you trying to do, kid? Start trouble?
Yeah.
Well, it won't work. Alice ain't going to believe no stories you tell her. She has implicit trust in me, and justly so, because in our 8 years of marriage, I can safely say that we have been married 8 years.
I don't want to cause trouble. Perhaps I'd better leave.
Stay where you are, my pet. I won't hesitate to introduce you to Mrs. Harris, because my little woman ain't got a jealous bone in her body. And I assure you that...
Sweeney arrived yet and answered her. Well, who is this?
Oh, this? Oh, darling, I want you to meet Julius Abruzio. He's the new grocery boy. Mr. Abruzio, this is my wife, Mrs. Harris. She's been with me for some time now.
I know who he is. Who is that?
That? Oh, that's Frankie Remley.
Phil Harris, who is this?
I'm running out of people.
I think she's got you cornered, Curly.
Not yet. Darling, I want you to meet my new secretary, Mr. Sweeney.
This guy never gives up.
How do you do, Mrs. Harris? But my name isn't Sweeney. It's Clyde.
That's right, honey. You see, it was Clyde. I thought maybe, honey, that a girl secretary would be better. The least we can do is to give the girl a chance.
Well, I'm fair-minded. If you want the job, Miss Clyde, You can have it.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Harris. When do I start and what are my duties?
Oh, it's a very easy job. The hours are from 8 in the morning until 12 midnight, 7 days a week. You get 20 minutes for lunch once a week. You also get every other Christmas off, and if there's any overtime work to be done, you'll have to do it on your own time. Any questions?
How about money?
Oh, no, thanks. You'll be doing enough for us already.
Your little woman don't have a jealous bone in her body, eh, Curly? Her bones are very unjealous. They just happen to be covered with jealous fat.
Alice, you're not being fair to this little girl.
No, she's a very efficient secretary. Frankie says she has wonderful references. Go ahead, Miss Clyde. Show my wife your references.
That ain't going to help, Curly.
I guess I'm not wanted around here, so I'll leave. Thank you and goodbye.
Clyde, dear, don't go. Don't leave me just when we're beginning to know each other.
I'm sorry, but I'm going.
Well, at least leave me something to remember you by. A little trinket, a lock of your hair. Or better yet, have your references blown up and send me 3 copies.
She's gone. Poor kid's feelings were hurt, certainly. Alice, you were horrid. The poor child's on the verge of tears. She needed this job, and that must be her again. She probably hasn't got car fare home, and I'm going to give it to her. Here's $1, honey. Take a cab home.
I'll need $2.50, dear. I live in Glendale.
What are you doing back here, Sweeney?
Well, I left my cap in that other room.
Oh, are you the Mr. Sweeney I spoke to on the phone?
Oh, you must be Mrs. Harris. I hope you'll give me that job. I'm a very good secretary. I've had 4 years of college, 2 years of business school, and I've held several very important jobs.
You're just what we're looking for, Mr. Sweeney. You're hired.
Alice, just... Please, we can't hire him. He's a nut. He eats mothballs, and for 3 months he was engaged to his girlfriend's father.
Well, stop making things up. Mr. Sweeney, report for work tomorrow morning.
Oh, you won't regret hiring me, Mrs. Harris. I'm a peachy typist, and I'm alert and keen and always on my toes. Goodbye.
See you tomorrow, Mr. Sweeney. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot something very important. How is your shorthand?
Oh, it's growing nicely, thank you. Well, see you bright and early.
Good night, Sonny.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Right now, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Last week, a customer said to me,
I wish I knew some way to be sure I'm getting enough vitamins. Some way that's easy. Yes, and inexpensive, too.
Why, ma'am, millions of people know how to do that. They take Plenamins, Rexall's popular multivitamin capsules. Plenamins cost only a few pennies a day, and yet they give you more than your daily minimum requirement of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established. Plus, valuable liver concentrate and iron. And that's not me talking, ma'am. That's an ironclad guarantee from Rexall scientists.
But just how are they able to guarantee that?
Because they measure the vitamin content of Plenamins with scientific accuracy. Take vitamin C, for example. A Plenamins capsule is dissolved in solution, and then a bluish dye is added in minute quantities and very, very slowly. The dye combines with the vitamin C in the capsule and loses its color. Now, this is continued until the dye begins to overcome the vitamin C and slightly color the solution. Thus, the amount of dye the solution has absorbed becomes an accurate measurement of the amount of vitamin C in the capsule.
No wonder you family druggists sound so confident when you tell us...
You can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall. Well, it's more than a slogan. It's a fact.
Good health to all from Rexall.
We're a little late, so good night, everyone, and thanks.
Next, Sam Spade and Doug Fairbanks on Theater Guild on NBC.
radio's own show, Behind the Mic. Radio. With the switch of a dial, radio brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command. But there are stories behind radio. Stories behind your favorite programs and favorite personalities and radio people you never hear of. Stories as amusing, dramatic, and as interesting as any make-believe stories you hear on the air. And that's what we give you. The human interest, the glamour, the tragedy, the comedy, and information that are Behind the Mic. And now, presenting a man who is pinch hitting for Graham McNamee this week, one of radio's most gifted announcers, George Hicks.
Thank you, Gilbert Martin. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This afternoon, Behind the Mic brings you the story behind orchestra leader Enoch Light's disappearance from the airwaves. Amusing mistakes made by your favorite announcers. How an advertising agency builds a program for a prospective sponsor. We give you the sound effect of the week. We salute a program you love, the Don Amazo program that featured violinist Godfrey Ludlow. We answer letters from listeners, and finally, in celebration of his 10th anniversary on the air, we bring you from Hollywood the one and only Jack Benny being interviewed by Don Wilson. Last year, one of the fastest rising orchestra leaders in radio was a young man named Enoch Light. He was on the air 4 or 5 times a week from the Taft Hotel and had numerous commercial programs. Then, suddenly, he dropped completely out of sight for months. As a matter of fact, from June of last year to January of this. But here's Enoch Light to tell you all about it. Enoch, suppose you tell us what happened to you.
Well, George, last year I went on a road tour with my band. And we played at the University of Michigan prom, the Carnegie Tech dance, a couple of dates in Boston, and then we went up to Old Orchard, Maine to open up the pier. It was a very successful opening, I might say. After the job, I was driving back to Boston with a couple of my musicians. It was 4 a.m. on the morning of June 2nd, a Sunday morning. We were traveling along the Newburyport Turnpike. We topped the crest of a hill. I remember we were talking about Old Orchard.
That was a great opening, Enoch.
Yes, it was. They seemed to like us all right. I hope we do as well on our next date. As a matter of fact...
Hey, what's this guy trying to do? He's on the wrong side of the road.
Pull over to the other side. I am.
Look out, he's going to hit us.
I had tried to pull over to the side of the road, George, but they caught us head on. The driver of the other car was killed immediately, and the man with him was badly injured. One of the boys with me had a broken leg and nose, and the other musician was thrown out of the car and had his jaw broken.
How about you, Enoch?
Well, the motor was pushed right into my lap. I had a hip, one arm, 6 ribs, my jaw and nose all broken, and my head was cracked open. My face was also badly cut. When I was hit, I was knocked out. I regained consciousness about 4:30 a.m., shortly after the accident.
This fellow looks to be in pretty bad way.
Say, what happened?
Well, you were in an accident, buddy.
Yeah? I remember. How are the other fellas?
Well, they've been taken to the hospital in private cars. We're waiting for an ambulance to take you there.
Oh.
Oh, just take it easy, Buzzy. Just lie still.
I felt that I was going to die. I wasn't afraid, just kind of curious. They took me to the Anna Jakes Hospital in Newburyport. I was given an antitetanus injection, and they removed 36 pieces of glass from my face and body. I was semi-conscious for about 2 weeks. The doctors didn't think I was going to live, but I fooled them. I was in the hospital for months. Eventually, they moved me to my home in Danbury, Connecticut. It took me to January of this year to completely recover.
How about your band?
Well, of course, it broke up. They were all good men, and they all found jobs within 2 weeks after my accident. When I felt okay, I started putting a band together again. 6 of the old boys, including Art Lombardi and Fowler Hayes, who'd been in the accident with me, came back and formed a nucleus. I added 5 others. We've been playing various college dances and weekend dates. And now I'm just waiting till I get the right spot with a radio wire.
You feel you can get right back there all over again, huh?
Yes, I do, George. I think that 3 or 4 more weeks on the road, and then a spot with a radio wire will put me over further than I was before.
That accident was a terrible experience, Enoch.
Yes, George, it was pretty bad. But it's a funny thing. That experience has helped me.
How?
Well, I always worried a lot. Too much, I guess. But when I was in that hospital, I saw so many people who really had things to worry about. Injuries and all kinds of sickness. And I myself was so near death that by comparison, all the worries I have about work and success seem so small and unimportant. Besides, I feel that if I could come through such an experience as I did and be all right today, that everything's going to be all right from now on. I'm not trying to be a Pollyanna, George. I really mean it.
Well, Enoch, you're making a grand comeback, and to prove it, Song Hits Magazine has just awarded your band a plaque as the Orchestra of the Month. And here's wishing you the best of luck. You deserve it.
Thank you, George.
Oddities in Radio, offering odd little true behind-the-mic stories that help make radio sometimes amusing, sometimes exasperating, but always interesting to the people in it. This week's Oddity. Every once in a while we present Fluff, beards as they're sometimes called, or amusing mistakes that favorite radio personalities make on the air. Announcer Ben Grauer was on his very first appearance in radio and was quite proud of himself because he was doing very well. He was announcing a program which featured a talk by Mrs. Carrie Chapman Catt, well-known suffragette. The new announcer was supposed to say at the finish, "Thank you, Mrs. Catt. We are deeply grateful." What he said was, "Thank you, Mrs. Catt. We are dopely grateful." George Putnam, well-known NBC announcer, made a very rare boner only recently when he said, "This is the National Broadcasting Company." Catt, you're a broadcasting company on the waters, and it'll come back to you as a fluff. An announcer at the World's Fair introducing Grover Whalen said, "You will next hear the voice of Grover Cleveland." But this week's prize is taken by Dick Dudley, Master of Ceremonies, who conducts NBC's program Who's Blue, and who finished his program by saying, "Listen next week for another dripping grandma." For examples of some of the best of the fluff we've featured, see the article on Behind the Mic in this week's Liberty Magazine. A few weeks ago, Behind the Mic showed how a program was originated and prepared for sale to a network for use as a sustaining feature. Well, this afternoon we're going to show you how an advertising agency originates and prepares a program for sale to a prospective sponsor. Here's a man who can tell you all about that. A member of the radio department of one of the biggest advertising agencies, J. Sterling Getchell. Our guest is Stuart Ludlam. Well, Stu, how does an advertising agency go about preparing a program for a prospective client?
Suppose we take an actual experience of an agency preparing such a program. Last summer it was for a bread account. Let's call it White Flour Bread. That wasn't the name, but it'll do. We'll change the name of the program, too, but the actual details are accurate.
Well, what's the first thing you do to prepare a program?
This was a campaign to extend from July through September, when bread sales are at their height. You see, strangely enough, it has been found best by advertisers to plug their products most when their sales are highest, so that people will buy their products instead of someone else's. After all, every sponsored radio program has a prime purpose, and that's to sell the product advertised. Now, the first thing to do in figuring out a radio program is to find out from the client what are the problems to be met in selling his product. We discovered that since this was a bread, the program couldn't cover the entire country. We had to concentrate our efforts where the client had his bakeries and distributed his bread.
That's right. Why advertise in places where people can't buy your product?
So we decided to buy time on individual stations, mostly stations connected with the large network. Various executives and myself got together to discuss where we'd go from there.
Well, fellas, the problem now is what sort of audience are we going to try to appeal to?
Well, how about a kid show? Kids eat a lot of bread, and they're very loyal to the programs they like.
You must remember, Pete, this is a summer program. And the time for a kids' program is generally between 5 and 7. We'll have daylight saving time, and the kids will be out playing. So you're not going to reach your audience. If you have a kids' program after 7 o'clock, when the whole family's home, they'll probably want to listen to something else.
Well, how about a program for the whole family?
The cities in which we have to advertise White Flour Bread are so scattered we can't buy a network show. We'll have to put it on by records. You know, transcriptions.
Yeah, sure.
If we do a show for the whole family, we'll have too much heavy competition from the big network shows. but you're also built for the whole family. You're competing with shows like Venice.
Well, I think the person to appeal to is the one who buys the bread.
Yes, the woman of the house.
You mean we should present a daytime serial? Maybe you're right.
Well, was that what you offered the client?
No, he didn't, George. You see, one of the men in the advertising agency traveled from city to city, actually rode the bakery delivery trucks, and called on the grocers. When he came back from his trip, he had additional information that changed our plans.
You know, one of the most important things I found out on my trip was how important it is to get bread placed on the top of the bread rack in grocery stores.
Why?
Well, I watch the women buy, and they almost invariably reach for the bread on the top of the rack. They feel it, and if it's fresh, then they buy it. I think that it's important that we try to get the grocers to put our bread on the top of the bread rack.
Oh, could a program help to do that?
Yes, it could, if we'll try to have a program that reaches not only the women, but the grocers as well.
How can we do that, Stu?
For one thing, I don't think we can use the daytime serial as we planned, because they primarily appeal to women. Do most grocers have radios in their stores, Joe?
Yes, practically every one of them has. And they're generally tuned into news or music programs.
Well, then, I think we should present a musical program that will appeal to both the women and the grocers. And the best time to put it on the air would be either in the morning or in the early afternoon, when the women listen. We'll go on every day, and we'll tell the truck drivers to tune the grocer's radio to our station when he makes his daily deliveries.
You know, if we din the name of white flour bread into the grocer's ear long enough, he might put our bread on top of the rack and might even recommend it.
Well, Stuart, have you any musical program in mind?
I've been investigating as many possible programs as I could. I think I've got something here that'll fit the picture, especially since we haven't too much money to spend. And this will be inexpensive.
What is it?
There's a fellow who has a program of dance records. He's on a small station. He introduces the recordings and comments on them. Although he's on a small station, he's so popular and such a good salesman that he generally draws more listeners to his station than the big ones with whom he's in competition. Now, if he can do that, I think he's the right program for us.
Sounds like a good idea.
Let's get busy on it right away.
And then, George, we, and by we I mean the head of the agency, the account executive, and the whole radio department, presented this program to our prospective client. We gave him the reasons why we thought it would be good for him, and we sold him the program for presentation on the air. It did a darn good job, too, as we believed it would.
Thank you, Stuart Ludlam, for that interesting information and for giving what is undoubtedly, for the first time on the air, a legitimate picture of how an advertising agency goes about presenting a program to a prospective sponsor. The sound effect of the week. From time to time, Behind the Mic presents some unusual sound effects. Every once in a while, on various programs, there's a sequence involving an air raid. We're going to show you the difference between how an air raid actually sounds and how it's done for radio. This is how an air raid sounds when made for a radio program. This is done by playing 3 records on 3 different turntables. One record is a recording of a flight of bombers in formation. Another record presents the sound of airplanes zooming and diving. The third record is a series of explosions. Not actual bombing during a raid, but sounds made at Army proving grounds and consisting mostly of artillery fire. Once again, the sound of an air raid as done on radio programs. Now, the following record was made during an actual air raid. Well, some difference. But here's one case where the genuine doesn't seem half as real as the synthetic. We in radio believe that radio has a tradition of which it can well be proud. A tradition of good programs that linger fondly in your memory. And so each week we bring you a star or a part of a program you used to hear, a program you loved. Among the programs you loved in the 1920s was Don Amazo. Don Amazo was a Spanish violinist, the part created by Godfrey Ludlow. Don Amazo's interpreter was played by the late Colonel C.T. Davis, also well known to listeners of those days as Old Man Donaldson. Don Amazo's stories were written by Colonel Davis and Malcolm LaPrade. The interpreter related incidents from the life of Don Amazo, who would illustrate these stories with melodies played on his beloved Stradivarius. And now, let's turn back to the year 1926, a long time ago in radio, for a brief memory of a program you loved, Don Amazo.
I have often told you of Don Amazo's boyhood days in the old city of Granada, and how he used to slip away from home to visit the gypsies of the Albertine Hills. The gypsies liked young Don Amazo and taught him to play many of their old tribal melodies. Don Amazo has suggested that I tell you of his first experience in buying a donkey from the gypsies, just in case there happens to be a gypsy camp in your own neighborhood. Now, this particular donkey belonged to the king of the gypsies, and His Majesty assured Don Amazo that the animal was unique in all the world. It could read. Well, Don Amazo saved his money for months, and at last the bargain was concluded. He hurried home with his donkey and placed a book instead of a bunch of carrots before the astonished animal. Not a brain, not even a snort. Don Amazo hurried back to the Gypsy King. See here, you've lied to me. This donkey can't read a word. I held a book before his eyes, and he said nothing. Of course not. Of course not, said the Gypsy King. But you told me he could read. Oh, that he can, said the gypsy. But I forgot to tell you, the donkey cannot talk. But after all, it didn't matter, says Don Amazo. I had to have some good excuse for going to the Gypsy King's hut, and buying a donkey served very well. The real reason Don Amazo went so often to the Albertine Hills? Well, I think a pair of flashing black eyes and lips like rosebuds, but that's another story. Perhaps Don Amazo will permit me to tell it to you someday. Don Amazo asks me to say, Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, my friend.
Thank you, Godfrey Ludlow. It's a real pleasure to hear Esquilita played again as only you can play it. That Donna Mazo was a program. And many thanks to Malcolm LaPrade, co-author of Donna Mazo, who supplied us with the material you heard. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for a really big moment. May 9th marks the 10th year of regular appearances on the air for a comedian who is unique in the history of radio, Jack Benny. As a matter of fact, Jack will be honored on this anniversary at a gala banquet this Friday night. I had the honor and pleasure of being the announcer on Jack's first commercially sponsored program. And our orchestra leader, Ernie Watson, was saxophonist in George Olson's orchestra, which appeared with Jack on that show. That's why we think it's particularly fitting that Behind the Mic helped Jack celebrate his anniversary. Now, after a 15-second interval to make the switch, we take you to Hollywood, California, where Don Wilson will interview the one and only Jack Benny.
Thank you, George Hicks, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As George has already told you, Jack Benny will be honored on his 10th anniversary in radio at the gala banquet this coming Friday night, May 9th, at the Biltmore Bowl of the Biltmore Hotel here in Los Angeles.
Gee, I'm nervous already.
Since Jack is one of the very few radio stars who can point to such a record of achievement, it is only fitting that he should appear on today's broadcast of Behind the Mic. Both Jack and I have just left rehearsal for today's Jello program, and while the cast continues across the hall, we've come over here to this little studio to take part in Behind the Mic for a few moments so that Jack can answer some questions about his career in radio, and I'll try to put myself in the role of a typical Jack Benny fan. First, Jack, here's a question that especially fits the occasion. Supposing we go back 10 years and have you tell us about your very first appearance on radio. What was it like, and was it a sponsored show or on the cuff like this one?
Well, Don, I went on the radio for the first time early in 1932 when Ed Sullivan, the Broadway columnist, invited me to make a guest appearance on his program in New York.
Do you remember what you said?
No. Oh, yes. I'll never forget it. Look what it got me into.
Well, let's hear about it.
All right, I'll give it to you. Now, just to illustrate how times change, particularly in radio, it was a little monologue affair where I walked to the microphone and said, ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny talking. There will be a slight pause while you say, who cares? Now, that was funny then, Don. It may not sound funny now, but they screamed at it then. Anyway, I went on. I said, I am here tonight as a scenario writer. There's quite a lot of money in writing scenarios for pictures. Well, there would be if I could sell one. Now, even that. They even laughed at that then. Anyway, I'm going back to pictures in about 10 weeks. I'm going to be in a new film with Greta Garbo. They sent me the story last week, and it's a very novel idea. When the picture opens, I'm found dead in the bathroom. I hear? Now, they screamed at that, Don. Imagine 10 years ago. Anyway, I was found dead in the bathroom. I say it's a sort of a mystery show. I'm found in a bathtub on a Wednesday night. I should have been in Miss Garbo's last picture, but they gave the part to Robert Montgomery. You know, politics. The funny part of it is I'm really younger than Montgomery. That is, I'm younger than Montgomery and Ward. You'd really like Garbo. She and I were great friends in Hollywood. She used to let me drive her car around town. Of course, she paid me for it. Well, that was it, Don. That's what I said when I first went on the air. That was my first crack at radio.
Well, Jack, if you don't mind my saying so, it sounds a bit like a vaudeville routine.
That's true, Don. Don't forget that radio was unknown to me then, and I didn't know whether it was good material or not. I could judge only by stage standards, particularly vaudeville, where I had gained most of my experience.
What was the reaction to your first broadcast, Jack?
Nobody liked it but me. However, on the strength of it, I landed my first radio commercial just 2 weeks later.
Well, I don't blame you for saving the script as a souvenir. But tell me, Jack, when did Mary Livingston start her heckling career on the air with you?
Oh, she's been in my hair since June of 1932. But she did all right by herself before that in vaudeville.
When was that?
Well, about 12 years ago in New York. And it all happened because the girl who ordinarily worked with me became ill just before the show one night. Mary volunteered to substitute, and she's been working at it ever since.
I think that our listeners would like to hear something about the other members of the cast, Jack. Take Rochester, for instance. How long has he been with you?
Well, Rochester started with the program back in 1937 when he won an audition over 50 other contenders for the role of a Pullman porter.
just a bit part that we had written in for one broadcast only.
But it didn't work out that way.
That's right. He was so good that we kept him on for another week, then another, until he finally became a regular member of the cast.
Well, Jack, I'm often asked about the preparation of your program. How long does it take on the average?
Well, we never stop working. The schedule is something like this. After a Sunday night broadcast, I get together with Bill Morrow and Ed Beloin, my writers, and we hand over different ideas for next week. Then we meet early Monday morning and start working. That goes on throughout the week until our first rehearsal, generally held either Friday or Saturday, then rewriting Saturday night and Sunday morning for the actual broadcast.
You know, Jack, when Mort Lewis asked me to interview you today, he made a specific request that I inquire about your fan mail. He'd like to know about some of the odd and unusual letters that you receive each week.
Well, they are odd and unusual. Honest, Don, you should have my tinfoil troubles.
Tinfoil troubles? Now, what does that mean?
Well, you remember the program early this season when I talked about my collection of tinfoil?
Yes.
Well, ever since that time, Don, I've received letters by the hundreds containing bits of tinfoil to be added to my collection. Believe me, I must have gotten at least 30 pounds of it. And that doesn't count the letters asking me to give the tinfoil to various charities.
Well, Jack, no interview with you would be complete without a few words about your classic feud with Fred Allen. Now, did Allen make the first crack at you or vice versa?
Well, naturally, Don. He started it. I wouldn't say anything nasty. Well, here's what happened, Don. A few years ago, when Allen had amateurs on his program, a little 9-year-old kid named Stuart Kennan played the B on his violin. And when he got through, Allen made a crack that Jack Benny couldn't do that. He ought to be ashamed of himself. Naturally, I was wounded. So I let my nails grow and clawed back. And as many times I've given him a good scratching, I have yet to strike blood. Anyway, Don, that's how it started.
That has been going on ever since.
Yes, sir.
Well, Jack, we're just about through now, and as it's your anniversary, of course, you get the last word.
All right, Don. I just want to thank Mort Lewis for the invitation to appear on today's broadcast for Behind the Mic.
That goes for me, too, Jack. We now take you back to New York.
Thank you, Jack Benny and Don Wilson. May you both have many more radio anniversaries. Next week on Behind the Mic, you'll hear the story of how the National Broadcasting Company gets its foreign news by shortwave, as told by the head of NBC's listening post, Jules Van Item. We salute another program you loved, and we bring you more of the comedy and the tragedy and the glamour that are Behind the Mic. This is George Hicks saying good afternoon.
Behind the Mic is composed, or rather written by Mort Lewis. The original music is composed and conducted by Ernie Watson. This is the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
When the blue of the night meets the gold of the day. Jack Smith, I got a smile in my voice tonight. Someone waits for me.
To Philco Radio Time, produced
and transcribed in Hollywood with John Stepp Trotter, his orchestra chorus, Skip Henderson, Peggy Lee, and these guests, Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. And here is the slipcover that walks like a man, Bing Crosby.
A slipcover, eh, Ken? That's something you throw over the saggy feet, isn't it?
Well,
the first number will be a pretty little calypso ditty titled I Do Like You. Sounds like it was written by Joe Frisco with a repeater pencil. I don't like men, women I don't like too. Do I like anyone? I don't, but I do like you. I don't like milk, spinach I don't like too. I don't like anything that's good for me, but I do like you. Am I mad? No, just my attitude has always been very unconventional. Do I care? No, if you think I am strange, it is intentional. I don't like men, women I don't like too. I think that I don't even like myself, maybe silly, but it's true. Baby, you're the one exception. I do like you. You don't like me. You don't like me. Do you like anyone? I don't, but I do like you. Spinach I don't like to. I don't like anything that's good for me, but I do like you. No, just my attitude has always been very unconventional. No, if you think I am strange, it isn't intentional. I don't like men, women I don't like too. I don't even like myself, maybe true, but he's true. Baby, you're the one exception. I do like you. I do like you.
I can think of another exception. People do like the Coco 1201.
Not so fast, Cop. We're getting complaints about you in the 1201.
Oh, what have I done, Bing?
Haven't you been saying that a 5-year-old kid can play the 1201?
Sure, because it's the easiest way to play records ever invented. What's wrong with that?
Well, it's got you in hot water with the 2-year-old. Mothers are writing in.
Oh?
No fooling. They say their kids can play just as good as a 5-year-old. And what you're saying is a slap in the face to the 2-year-old market. Big thing here, you know. Old McGilla.
I was only trying to say that 1201 is so simple even a child can play it.
Well, you better make amends to the 2-year-olds right now, or we'll have a diaper line picketing the program.
Okay, Bing, I'll be glad to include them from now on. Ladies and gentlemen, our listeners report that even a 2-year-old child can play the Philco 1201 without risk to the records or the phonograph. Take your youngsters to your Philco dealer now and see how ideal this new kind of radio phonograph is for even very young children. Only Philco makes the 1201. It's the newest invention in radio from Philco, the leader.
Peggy Lee is here to sing, and for a very definite reason, eh, Peggy?
Yes, for sentimental reasons.
I worked out just like this.
I love you for sentimental reasons. I hope you do believe me. I'll give you my heart.
Very sweet, Peggy. Very sweet indeed. Now, before John Scott stops twiddling and the band loses its beat, I shall follow with What Am I Going to Do About You? What am I going to do about you? Didn't mind the others I knew, but what am I going to do about you? I thought that love and I were all through. Then your smile came out of the blue. Oh, what am I gonna do about you? My hopes were growing dimmer, my senses slimmer each passing day. I could have held out longer, but love was stronger. You had your way. And now all my dreams, and I've had a few, suddenly are all coming true. So what are you gonna do about me? What am I gonna do about you? certainly are all coming through. So what are you gonna do about me? And what am I gonna do about you? We don't start so good, but we finish big. That's good. And now we have a young fellow over here whose left hand always knows what his right hand is doing. Kit Emerson, his selection, Lover. Mr. Henderson, please. Thank you, Lyle. It was very exciting. The calendar says that spring is upon us, though some sections of the country may doubt it. In such a situation, love and bloom seems indicated. Just a minute. It appears the forces of live radio have dropped a viper into the fiddle section.
Let me alone. I'll get it.
Just a minute. Hey, you. Have you ever played this number before, Bud?
Played it? I made it.
Well, I should have known. Jack Benny. I certainly expected you tonight, Jack. I expected you over, but I didn't expect to find you in the orchestra.
I can't understand it. I've never played so poorly.
Oh, cheer up, Jack. Sure you have.
Thanks, kid. But I practiced all morning to limber up. I even washed my fingers in Does. Does doesn't do it. I'm dead.
Better switch to Wheaties, kid. But, Jack, I thought Mary was going to come with you. Where is she?
Oh, she stopped by the Musicians' Union to pay my dues.
You belong to the Musicians Union?
Don't act so shy.
Well, then, for heard all that.
Of course I belong to the Musicians Union. I'm one of their charter members. You see, years ago I had a little band. We all joined together.
Oh, I know the group well. A fife, a drum, and a guy with a bandage around his head.
So far, I've had nothing. Look, I don't mean the spirit of 76. My band was called Jack Benny and his Sizzling Gobblers.
Sizzling Gobblers?
That's the line they gave me.
Yes.
We specialized in turkey trot.
That's the line. And I'll bet your drummer had drumsticks that were really drumsticks.
Yeah, he used to drive me crazy with that munching during my solo. Can't understand it. Bill Morrow used to write for me. Bing, what I wanted to see you about is a business proposition. What are you going to do this summer?
I'm going to take a vacation.
Well, I've got an idea where you and I could combine business with pleasure.
I'm afraid not, Jack.
But Bing, I mean, this is a chance to pick up some extra money. And that never hurts.
Oh, no, it's spending that hurts, isn't it?
That's ridiculous. It doesn't bother me.
Don't knock it till you've tried it.
Well, Mary Livingston.
Get a load of her all dressed out like Mrs. Astor's horse. Listen there, you never get all dressed up like that on my program.
Well, how often do I sit on Bing Crosby's lap?
Well, you're not on Crosby's lap.
Where do I get rolling?
Hey, just kidding, Bing. Nothing will happen.
You keep out of this.
Listen, I've been thinking of this for years, and I might as well come right out and say it. What do all the women see in Bing Crosby? Look at him. He's got blue eyes like mine. Blue eyes like mine.
Stop there, brother.
Mary, all I want to know is, did you go to the Musicians' Union and pay my dues?
Yes, and I was never so touched in my life.
What do you mean, touched?
The pillow wept when I handed him your money. Little chunks of stone were rolling down his cheeks.
I don't know. Jimmy always was a great big softy. All right, Mary, where's my card?
Here.
Just a minute. This isn't a musician's card.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. They transferred you to the Plumbers Union.
The Plumbers Union?
Your plunger arrives tomorrow.
What?
I can't wait to hear your first solo. Going to be asleep on the beach, huh?
I still had nothing. That's a fine way to treat. That's a fine way to treat a charter member. Anyway, I'm going to play the violin because I need it in our act, you know.
What act?
The band act that I planned for you, Mary, and myself, Jack Benny and company. Now, Bing, look, there's no sense in you taking a vacation all summer. And this Macombo offer is sensational.
We're playing the Macombo? Isn't that pretty frank for an act like the one you've got planned?
Oh, I don't mean the Macombo restaurant in Hollywood. I got this offer from a fellow named Mo Combo. Certainly you've heard of Mo. He used to be a prize fighter.
Oh, an ex-program. Has he got an ear for music?
No, as I recall, he doesn't have any ears at all. But he's got a wonderful restaurant right on the ocean of Pismo Beach.
Fly fish at high tide and cook fish at low tide.
Fly fish at high tide. Across his lap, will you?
You're lucky I'm here. He'd have gone home long ago.
You're so right.
Listen, Bing. Bing, you've got to go up to Pismo Beach with me. Oh, they're building a terrific show around my band.
Yeah?
See, Mo's already signed up a sensational dance team.
Who's he got, the Disciples?
No, it's Velas and Barracuda. Oh, Oh, Jackson, you ought to have two shows. Hey, listen, I figure you on the cymbals. You know how you used to play the cymbals,
Yeah.
see? Mary on the vocals.
And you on the plunger.
Just keep it up and I'll replace you with Peggy Lee. Now, I figure for our opening tune, we'll do Margie.
Margie? That's going back a little, isn't it?
What's wrong with Margie? It's a hit parade tune.
Margie was on the hit parade when men who know tobacco best were Indians.
And Effie Boone's name was Daniel.
Yeah. Well, as long as we've gone this far, LX and that team.
Drop the match, all the tip.
Yes, sir, you bet. I say, hey. Well, then we better rehearse our act. Let's run through it, huh?
You take the vocal with me, Mary.
Oh, I can't sing, Ben.
The Jack on the violin, who's going to hear it? Come on.
That's too loud.
Not loud enough. I can still hear you.
Yeah?
I want my mother to hear me.
What?
I want my mother to hear me.
Whistler's mother can hear you. Now stand back, will you?
All right.
Hey, Jack.
Oh, he's still John.
Huh?
How'd that get in there? What's that?
Well, I'm the leader. I'll have to have a solo.
You do that opening night, and I'll hit you right in the face with a flounder.
There'll be no fish swinging on the opening night.
All right, let's get back to Margie. You ready, kid?
All right, wait a second. Margie.
Bang. Right.
Margie, I'm always thinking of you, Margie. I'll tell the world I love you, don't forget your promise to me. I'll have a home and John, your wife is singing. You've been my inspiration, say, don't after all is said and done, there is really only one. Oh, Margie, it's you.
Very good, Jack. I think your band act with a little more rehearsal will be out of this world. Well, thanks, Ken. Just like that great new table model social radio phonograph of the automatic changer. You know, Jack, that's got everything but everything. That new record changer, for instance, that's really a honey. Quiet, easy on your records, and changes up to 12 records automatically. Say, Ken, what are you talking about? Some new kind of a gramophone? Jack, the gramophone went out with button shoes. And when did button shoes go out, may I ask?
Jack, Ken is trying to tell you, like I've been trying to tell you, they make a radio and phonograph together now. It's all in one set.
Oh, it sounds like some Buck Rogers scheme to me. No. This Silco's way ahead of Buck Rogers, Jack. Got a featherweight tone arm with a permanent type needle, good for thousands of playing. Well, I'll be darned. This Silco has a powerful built-in speaker that gets you gorgeous tones from radio and records, too. A built-in speaker? That's right. How are you going to stick your head in the horn to hear if it's built in? No, you don't have to stick your head in the horn, Jack.
This Philco has a beam power pen code audio system packed full of power for rich, rounded tones.
Well, does it have earphones for stations that are over 20 miles away?
No, you don't need any earphones, Jack. And believe me, you can't go wrong with Philco's new table model this time. No. I say you can't go wrong with
I'm not getting paid for this.
The new table model radio phonograph with automatic record changer. It's got everything, and it's a Philco, famous for quality the world over.
The Wilson story, the anniversary song. We danced on the night we were wed. We vowed our true love, though a word wasn't said. The world wasn't blue. There were stars in the sky, except for the few that were there in your eyes. Dear, as I held you close in mine, angels were singing a hymn to your charms. To hearts gently beating, murmuring low, darling, I love you so. The night seemed to fade into blossoming dawn. The sun shone anew, but the dance lingered on. Could we but recall that sweet moment sublime, we'd find that our love is unaltered by time. Here is as a reminder to everybody concerning the 1947 Red Cross Fund. There are 80,000 patients from World War I and World War II who require skillful attention. It seems that a grateful nation should give generously to those who gave so much. Well, about time to put the cat out. But before sending Cabby forth into the night air, I want to thank Jack and Mary for a delightful visit.
Who's on your show next week, Danny?
We got right. Oh, no, that was wrong. That's
Who's on your show next week, Danny?
Well, next week, Mary, we're going to have an old-time minstrel show, and my guests will be John Charles Thomas and Al Jolson.
John Charles Thomas and Al Jolson?
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather hear those guys sing than eat.
How do you know? You've never heard them eat.
Stop punching, Mary, will you?
Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. Now, of Ivy.
That's a rather sweet
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. It's early in the evening, with the spring dust settling over the campus and the vesper stillness spinning a quiet web over the great oaks and maples of Faculty Row. At the home of Dr. William Todhunter Hall, Ivy's president, and his English ex-actress wife, Victoria, there's a sudden noise which shatters the calm.
Toddy,
What is it, Victoria?
you've caught cold. I knew it.
I've just caught it, my darling. How could you know it?
I knew it last night. You shouldn't have gone over to the Quintannons without an overcoat.
It wasn't the lack of an overcoat, Vicki. I'm afraid it was the overabundance of overheating in which the Quintannons reveled. Only a cymbidium could survive that equatorial climate, and I am no orchid.
Yes, I know. I'm afraid Mrs. Quintannon hasn't very good circulation.
I'm afraid Mrs. Quintannon hasn't any blood.
Toddy, what an awful thing to say.
As a matter of fact, I wouldn't have said it if I didn't have a slight fever. I'm very fond of Mrs. Quincannon, blood or no blood.
Fever? You said fever? Do you really think you have? I'm going to take your temperature. Now, let me feel your forehead. Definitely feverish.
A feverish reaction to your touch, Victoria, is not conclusive evidence of a pathological condition. My temperature always rises in direct ratio to your nearness.
Well, that's very sweet of you to say so, dear. We mustn't let sentiment interfere with the proper treatment, must we?
No, indeed. Although, as the old joke goes, I am quite liable to take a turn for the nurse.
You must be feverish, not downright delirious. Have you got a busy day ahead tomorrow?
Loaded.
Then I promise you this much, Dr. Hall. 1 degree above normal, and all appointments are cancelled. All.
Nonsense. It's nothing serious. Just a slight coryza.
No, I don't know what a coryza is, but I'll take no impertinence from a patient. I'm going upstairs to get the thermometer. Well, I'll get it.
Well, just tell me where it is, darling. I'll answer it if I can find it.
Where it usually is, dear. It's on the bookshelf.
Oh, yes. Right back of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire.
Back of it. It's the cause of it. I'll be right down.
Hello, Dr. Hall speaking. Yes? Oh, good evening, Mr. Merriweather. Nice to hear from you. Yes? Yes, I will. I plan to be home all evening. No, indeed. It'll be a real pleasure. Goodbye.
Who was it, darling?
Mr. Merriweather.
What do you want?
He wants you to come downstairs and stop fussing about my health.
Don't tease me, Toddy. What does he want?
He wants to come over. I want you to come downstairs.
What else?
I want to stop yelling. My larynx is not up to it tonight.
I can't find it.
Not my larynx?
No. The thermometer. I can't find it anywhere.
Good.
Not at all. I'm going straight to the drugstore and get a new one.
Well, you can't do that, Victoria. You wouldn't leave me alone with Mr. Merriweather.
I would. And the minute I get home, I shall send him packing and tuck you into bed.
One tiny little, very pleasurable sneeze, and the whole world comes crashing down about my ears. One faint little sniffle, and a hurricane of emotional nursing has been loosed. Go, my darling, go in peace. Refurbish us with medication, hot water bottles, and all the unhappy miracles which cure mortal man of his most soothing ills. Go, while I suffer alone.
Dear Mr. Merriweather, you're cold. Stay out of the draft. I'll be right back.
Goodbye, Florence. Don't forget your lamp.
Doctor, I do hope I'm not disturbing you.
On the contrary, Mr. Merriweather, I was looking forward to seeing you. Is there trouble on the campus?
No, there isn't. Which is by way of being a novelty. No, Doctor, I'm not the bearer of bad news. In fact, I'm not the bearer of any news at all.
Good. Then we can relax and discuss life, love, and the pursuit of happiness.
The pursuit of happiness will do, Doctor. Life and love at my age are delicate subjects. To be quite honest, the real reason for my visit was your wife.
Oh?
I don't think I have to remind you what a real fan of hers I am. Always have been.
I know. And as president of the Victoria Cromwell Hall Fan Club, I welcome you as a member.
I'll attend every meeting. Doctor, I'm afraid I got a little carried away last week. You know what a hobbyist I am, always fooling around with gadgets, electric trains and stuff. I went to work at such an early age, I'm making up for my lost childhood, I guess. You don't be surprised if I show up here sometime wearing a Hopalong Cassidy suit and swinging a yo-yo.
Well, you'll be quite welcome wearing a pinafore, Mr. Merriweather. But, what's the point?
Well, the point is, Doctor, that when I learned that Mrs. Hall was going to do a number in the Junior Follies, I smuggled a recording machine into the auditorium.
You did? What a splendid idea. Did you get her sign?
Every magnificent note of it. For posterity. And it's much too good for them.
Well, I hope I can hear it sometime.
I brought it with me.
You did? That was very thoughtful of you.
Thanks. But in all honesty, Doctor, I must admit it was also a matter of self-preservation.
Mrs. Merriweather?
Mrs. Merriweather. Although she's as great an admirer of Mrs. Hall as I am, she said clearly and distinctly, if you and your electric recorder play that song once more, John, I will break every bone in your large body and then sue you for divorce, naming Thomas Alva Edison as correspondent. She'd do it, too.
Well, your danger is my good fortune, Mr. Merriweather. Is there any reason why we can't play it now?
Oh, none at all. In fact, I'm just using your house as a safe place to play it for myself. Where's the floor plug?
Well, right here, in back of the leather chair.
Oh, fine. I'll just plug this. Oh! What the devil's the telephone doing there?
Oh, hiding. It always does. Here, I'll take it.
Yeah, there we are. Now, let me turn off this lamp. Proper lighting, you know. I may be a big hulk, but I have my delicate moods. Okay. All ready, Doctor?
All ready.
All right. Overture.
I've got some lovely bunch of coconuts. They are standing around. A big one, small one, some like cigarettes. Different with some of the rich and competition and zero. I've got some lovely bunch of coconuts. Every boy you throw will make me rich. So there's everyone, the eyes of lovely life. Sing a roll, a bowl, a penny a fish. Sing a roll, a bowl, a penny a fish. Sing a roll, a bowl, a penny a fish. Roll a bowl, roll a bowl, roll a bowl, a penny a fish.
Oh, say, what's a lovely bunch of coconuts?
Oh, banana, Charlie.
There they are. Can't you hear them singing? Singing,
singing, roll a bowl, a penny a fish.
roll a bowl, a penny a fish.
Roll a bowl, get a penny a fish.
Oh, Doctor, isn't that dynamite? Wouldn't that make Rogers throw away his Hammerstein?
Yes, it certainly would, Mr. Merriweather. Yes, we'll have to play it for Victoria.
Certainly.
I wonder where on earth she can be. What time is it?
It's 8:15. Why? You look alarmed.
Good heavens. Vicki's been gone more than an hour.
Well, where'd she go?
To the drugstore, 5 minutes from here.
Oh, well, she probably stopped off to see someone on the way. Oh, got to reading a magazine. There's something rather attractive about reading magazines at a drugstore's expense.
No, she wouldn't have done that. She thinks I'm ill. I'm not, of course, but I'm worried.
We'll phone the drugstore.
Yes, I will. Excuse me.
Now you've got me worried.
Busy.
Yeah, sure. When isn't it? I've always said the greatest practical joker of the 20th century was Alexander Graham Bell.
I wonder if I should phone the police.
Oh, no, don't get panicky, Doctor.
You don't understand, Mr. Merriweather. She thought I was ill. She'd never stay away a minute longer than necessary. She went to get a thermometer. She thought I had a temperature.
She was right, Dr. Hall. You have. You've worked yourself into abuse. I'll bet you've added more degrees to your temperature in the past 5 minutes than you've earned in 25 years of academic life.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
We'll return to the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, in just a moment. But first, here's a man with a story to tell, and a good reason for telling it.
Before we were married, it was our favorite night spot, and it did seem the place to go on our first anniversary. As we sat down at our table by the big French window, I was humming Auld Lang Syne, and the waiter must have guessed that this was a special occasion for us. He winked at both of us, and then disappeared before we had a chance to order. A few moments later, he was back with a smile of warm hospitality and something more. 2 bottles of Schlitz beer, compliment to the management. Well, neither of us had ever tasted Schlitz, though it had been recommended to us many times. As we looked at our glasses, I knew that my wife was as curious as I. Could Schlitz really be as good as people said it was? There was only one way to find out, so we tasted it. I looked at my wife, and she looked at me. And I don't know whether it was mental telepathy or simply 2 people in complete agreement on their first anniversary, but we both said in one voice, no wonder Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
As we return to the home of the Halls, we find Mr. Merriweather vainly trying to calm a very perturbed Dr. Hall.
Now, you see, Doctor, she's all right.
Well, I don't understand it. The druggist said she just left there this minute. Now, what could have taken us so long to get there?
Oh, any number of things. She probably stopped by to get some advice from Doc Thorson. You know what a windy old fuddy-duddy he is. Takes him 45 minutes to paint a throat. Picasso with Argyrol.
Vicky's too impetuous for that. I know her. She was only concerned in getting back here to take care of me. Now, Vicki thinks advice is something that you take in long, slow doses when there is plenty of time and nothing else to do. She always listens to it, but I'm afraid seldom takes it. In her career in the theater, she made a fine success with that formula. I remember one night in London before we were married. I was walking backstage in her theater, and just as I approached her open dressing room door, I heard a man say,
Vicki, the play's doing beautifully, and you're superb in it.
Then what have I done?
Nothing, my dear. It's what you might do that worries me. As an old friend, I feel that I have the right to give you some advice.
If you hurry, Ian, I have a date.
That's what I mean. You're American.
He isn't my American. Yes.
No, let's not quibble. You simply don't realize, Vicki, the basic differences between these 2 countries in habits, customs, humor, everything. They don't even speak the same language. They don't understand us.
Then there's a new ambassador just appointed to bring them closer together. And I know that I speak a language at least one American will understand.
Sorry, Vicki. Shouldn't have interfered. None of my business. Good luck, darling.
Thanks, Ian.
Good night.
Good night.
Hello, Ian.
Oh, hello, Hall.
Isn't it strange? I understood you perfectly. Every word. Good night.
Did you hear all that?
Yes, I did, Victoria. I'm sorry, but I stood rooted to the spot. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I couldn't have torn myself away.
You do understand me, don't you?
No, my dear, I don't. But not because we live on different sides of an ocean, simply because you're a woman.
You object to that?
That you're a woman?
That you don't understand me.
Oh, I don't object to either, my dear. And I'm particularly fond of the fact that you're a woman.
Isn't it funny how we disagree? Now, me, I'm especially glad that you're a man.
Do you think this conversation has any international significance?
I certainly do. How can anyone say we don't understand each other?
No one with any sense could possibly say that.
Where are we going for supper?
Well, I'm not sure that I'm going to feed you at all.
Oh.
A man should learn all he can about a girl under all kinds of adverse conditions, especially when she's hungry, and especially when he finds himself increasingly fond of her.
Are you, William?
Yes, my dear, I am.
I'm very glad. You're not a bit hungry. Tell me what else a man should do when he's fond of somebody.
Well, it's not easy to go on, Vicki. You see, it's the first time that this man has ever been this fond of somebody. A little overpowering. Words are hard to find.
Would action be easier?
Yes, they would, yes. Thank you, yes. Let's go for a walk.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, of course not. You're tired.
But no, I feel wonderful. Keep talking to me. I want to hear more about words or actions.
Vicki.
Yes, William?
I've got to tell you this. I've been thinking about it every minute of the day and night.
Go on, tell me.
I can't leave this lovely country of yours without taking something of you away with me. Perhaps a little piece of your heart, so small that you'll scarcely miss it. I'll leave you all of mine in exchange.
Oi, Miss Como, are you still in your dressing room?
It's all right, Joe. I'm leaving now.
Who is that?
The fireman making his rounds. He locks up every night and makes sure there's nothing burning.
But there is something, Vicki. A fire that Joe will never be able to put out. A flame that will always be burning.
Of course you are, Toddy. I told you you had a fever.
Fever? Oh, it's not a fever. It's much more than that.
No, it's not. It's just a plain old temperature. Here's the thermometer.
Fever? Thermometer? Oh, yes.
Open your mouth. There. Now, what have you been doing, Mr. Merriweather?
Me? I've been talking like a madman for 5 minutes. He hasn't even answered me.
I know. He's been off on one of his little daydream trips again. I think if we x-rayed his head, we'd find a little travel bureau in one corner of it. This time, William, you didn't take me with you.
Oh, I took you with me, all right, my darling. But where have you been? You didn't take me with you.
I've been at the drugstore.
At the campus drugstore? For the length of time you were gone, I thought perhaps you suddenly remembered some favorite little chemist in London.
Sorry to have been so long, Toddy. I did run into a little trouble.
What kind of trouble, man? By George, if a woman like you can't get around this town without being molested.
Oh, no, Mr. Merriweather, it was nothing like that. This man just wanted to talk to me, so I sat in the car and he sat on his motorcycle and we had a little...
On his motorcycle, Victoria? A police officer?
Yes, cop.
I'll break him. I'll have him transferred so far from headquarters you'll have to report by Tom-Tom.
Just a minute, Mr. Merriweather, please. You know, it's barely possible that my lovely wife was not entirely blameless. I take it, Vicki, my darling, that this conversation between you and the officer was not merely social.
No. You see, I left here in such a hurry, I forgot my driver's license.
Well, they can't shoot you for that, Mrs. Hall. Besides, I'm always forgetting mine. Had 4 photostats made, so I'd always have one with me, and they all wind up in the same pair of pants. The ones that are at the cleaners, usually.
Vicki, how did he suspect that you didn't have your driver's license with you?
He asked me for it.
Just out of morbid curiosity?
No, I guess he had a reason.
Did he give you a hint?
He said I didn't stop at the stop sign.
He said?
Well, William, I always stop there. At least I practically stop like everyone does. But I was rushing and I probably didn't absolutely stop.
Well, I imagine that happens to all of us, Mrs. Hall.
Well, he must have read you quite a lecture to have held you up so long.
Oh, he did.
Well, I'm glad you're back, my dear, and I'm also glad it was no worse.
Yes. Well, as a matter of fact, it was a little worse.
No, don't tell me that this association with the traffic officer developed further.
Well, it wouldn't have if he'd minded his own business.
You are aware, of course, of the nature of his business.
Yes, but I guess I was a little flustered, so after he spoke to me about the stop sign, I found myself in the middle of the block past the drugstore, and I was in a great hurry, so I made the turn.
U-turn? U-turn?
Me turn. And when I got to the drugstore, there were so many bicycles.
Now, just a minute, Victoria. What on earth have bicycles to do with this?
Because the kids leave their bicycles all over the sidewalk when they go into the drugstore to read the comic books.
If it's there on the sidewalk.
Yes, but they're sold all over, and I didn't want to scratch any of them or anything, so I just sort of drifted past them and parked the car there.
Very considerate, ma'am.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. But when I came out, there was something next to the car that I hadn't noticed before.
A motorcycle?
On one side, yes.
And on the other?
A fire hydrant.
Taken one at a time, my dear, and adding slowly, how many citations did you get?
4. No driver's license, stop signal, U-turn, and fire hydrant.
Now, don't give it another thought, Mrs. Hall. I'll have all these tickets taken care of at the City Hall tomorrow.
Oh, it's very kind of you, Mr. Mayweather, but it's quite impossible.
Impossible, my eye. Those boys at the City Hall know where they get the jelly for their sandwiches.
Mr. Mayweather. I haven't the slightest doubt of your ability to handle this situation, and I appreciate your good intentions. But we can't let you do it. Ethically, we must accept the penalties for transgressing the law. You think I'm being stuffy?
Yes. No! You're perfectly right. I'm sorry. I was very careless.
Well, even so, Mrs. Hall, such trivial offenses.
Now, Mr. Merriweather, there is no such thing as a trivial traffic violation. We work 12 months a year with the National Safety Council to give Ivy College and the town of Ivy a good traffic record. I can't preach safety and law observance and wink at violations by my own family.
You're absolutely right, Toddy. I'll take the knock.
The rat, Mrs. Hall.
No, I'll take the rat.
Now, you do understand, don't you, Vic? Think of our students, driving every type of car imaginable, from chromium-plated convertibles to $25 hot rods, and none of them with the appreciation of what a 1.5 tons of speeding metal can do to human flesh and bones. They haven't had time to learn the dreadful dynamics of speed, inertia, momentum, and impact.
Doctor, you're right, as usual.
I hate to see you get stuck for all those fines, Toddy. It might really be cheaper if I went to the clink.
You're the best thing that ever happened to the city jail. Raising the social tone. They've been getting a very shoddy type of patron there lately.
Well, it'll be the first time I ever paid $40 for a thermometer. But anybody can make a mistake, Vicki. You're too intelligent to make the same one again.
Good, of course she is. Now, I'm going home and have a little talk with my wife. Every time she sees a red light, she thinks, my goodness, I forgot to get the maraschino cherry. By the way, Doctor, you mind if I leave my record player here for a day or so?
No, not at all, Mr. Merriweather. May I use it?
Well, please do. And I hope you feel better tomorrow, both of you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayweather. I'm sorry to have involved you in this little family contretemps.
Oh, nonsense, Mrs. Hall. Perfectly natural mistake, particularly for a woman driver. Good night, Dr. Hall.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, and Mrs. Hall, may I say that whatever your sins may be, the sight of you always makes me feel, and act, I'm afraid, younger than any son of mine would have the right to. Your admirer, ma'am. Good night.
Good night. Oh, Daddy, what an awful thing for me to do when you're running a campaign straight in the opposite direction.
Oh, forgive the sermon, Vicki, but you do understand, don't you?
Oh, of course I understand. And as for the sermon, I'm just sorry I was the one who supplied the text, Reverend. I'm a reformed character.
Only in a matter of traffic, I hope. Otherwise, my angel, I should deplore the slightest change in any facet of your character. And I think that my cold has departed sufficiently for it to be quite safe to kiss me.
You're right. It is perfectly safe. Just to make sure, let's do a little more research. Thank you, Dr. Ernst. Now, what is that machine Mr. Merriweather left here?
Oh, what he calls one of his gadgets. It's a record player.
Is there a record on it?
Yes, I believe there is.
Please play it.
What have you done to deserve it?
You know, the more I think of it, Toddy, it's really all your fault.
My fault?
Mm-hmm. If you hadn't stayed out so long in the kite flying contest, and if you had worn an overcoat to the quintannons as I asked you to, you would never have had a cold. We wouldn't have needed a thermometer, and none of this would have happened.
Stop, Vicki, stop right there. In one moment you'll have me serving a long term in Sing Sing for a crime I didn't commit. Now, let's play the record.
But it's true, isn't it?
In part, yes. In the main, no. Now, where's the switch?
Now, but don't you think...
No more. Do you remember one night in your dressing room in London I said that I didn't understand you? Not because we lived on different sides of an ocean, simply because you're a woman.
Do you love me?
Now, how does this thing start? Oh, here we are. I've got it.
Do you love me?
Completely, eternally, I surrender unconditionally. And now be quiet. Never mind. You listen. There stands your wife, the eye, the lovely life, singing all. I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And now here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colvin.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Watch for Ronald Colvin's latest picture, Champagne for Caesar, which will be released nationally next week. We'll be seeing him next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colvin. The other players were Willard Waterman and Eric Snowden. Tonight's script was written by Nat Wolfe and Don Quinn. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolfe, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Next, listen for We the People over most of these NBC stations.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day. Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dick Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing with a hey and a hi and a ho, ho, ho.
With a hey and a hi and a ho, 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 you start off the day with a glow, ho, ho. Sing all the way as the way you go with a hey and a hi and a ho, ho, ho. Up go the blinds and you know, ho, ho, it ain't gonna rain anymore, ho, ho. Sun's gotta shine 'cause you made it so with a hey and a hi and a ho, ho, ho. While you buy the paper on a little happy little hum, cut a little caper, singing happiness, here I come. with a hey and a hi and a ho, ho, ho. You smile from your head to your toe, ho, ho. Pack up your blues and away they go with a hey and a hi, a hey and a hi, a hey and a hi and a ho, ho, ho. With a hey and a hi and a ho, ho. With a hey and a hi and a ho, ho. Hey and a hi and a hey and a hi and a ho.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, the main topic of conversation these days in the town of Weaverville is, of all things, modern art. For the eminent American artist Harlan Dunning is giving a one-man exhibit of his works at the local museum. And joy supreme, the exhibit will include a painting owned by Mrs. Herbert Anderson, a Dunning which has hung over her mantelpiece for years. Well, our young hero, Dennis Day's art studies ended at the age of 3 when he lost his crayon book. So Mildred has sent him down to the museum this morning to soak up all the knowledge of art he could. He has just returned, bone dry.
Did you really study the paintings and statues carefully, Dennis?
Well, I tried to, Mildred. Did people actually pose for those statues?
Well, sure. Why?
Gee, there must have been even more virus X around then than there is now.
Oh, Dennis.
Well, I couldn't help being a little surprised at those paintings and statues, Mildred. I thought they'd stop posing people in that condition after they were 2 years old.
But, Dennis, that's art.
Well, maybe so, but there was one picture there that... Well, I won't tell you what the title was, but I'm not going to open my eyes before noon during September.
Dennis, that was September morn. That's a classical pose.
I bet it could get popular.
Oh, golly, and I was hoping when I sent you down to that museum you'd get something out of it.
All I got was my life unsheltered.
Well, at least you got to see the Harlan Dunning exhibit, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, it was off in a little room by itself. Anyway, I didn't blush at his pictures. I couldn't make head or tail of them.
Well, Mr. Dunning's a modern painter.
Oh.
In modern painting, it's more the feeling you get from the work. The objects aren't supposed to look like they do in real life.
He's got that part of it down to a science.
You couldn't understand his paintings at all?
No. There was one there that I thought was a picture of a baby. I kept wondering why it only had 4 fingers. Then I found out later it was a cow.
Funny. The Dunning mother owns is just a simple little landscape that anyone can... Oh, good morning, Mother.
Good morning, Mildred. Dennis.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Dennis has just come back from the museum,
The
Mother.
museum? Did you see my picture, Dennis? The Dunning I loaned them for the exhibit?
Oh, yes, ma'am. There was quite a big crowd around it.
Oh, I just knew there would be.
Yeah, they have it hanging over the Coca-Cola machine.
How dare they hang my painting in such a place?
Oh, I think it's on account of the frame. There's a lip on it that's good for opening bottles.
Oh, there is there? Well, we'll see about this.
Oh, now don't get excited, Mother. I'm sure they'll take very good care of it.
They'd better. Your father paid a fortune for that painting. Do you know what he'd threaten them with if anything happened to it?
You?
They wouldn't like it, I can promise you that. I'm going to phone that museum this instant.
Gee, she sure is proud of that painting, isn't she?
Well, you can't blame her. It's the only real art treasure she ever owned. Daddy surprised her with it on their first wedding anniversary.
Oh, really?
Yes. Mother didn't have any idea what she was getting.
Well, neither did your father the year before.
Dennis, how can you say things like that? Why, Daddy's the happiest man in the world.
Oh, hello, Mr. Anderson.
Hello, children.
Why, Daddy, is something wrong?
Wrong, you ask. You know that Harlan Dunning is in town? And that the painting I gave your mother is hanging in the museum?
Well, of course. What of it?
Just this. A secret I've kept for 20 years is about to be made painfully public. That painting isn't a genuine Dunning at all.
What?
Mr. Dunning didn't paint it? Gosh, what'll Mrs. Anderson say?
She'll probably ask you to have 6 of my friends standing by for a load.
But I don't understand, Daddy. How did it all happen?
Oh, it's a long, sad story, Mildred. The first year Pupsy and I were married, I was in New York on business. One afternoon, a couple of us went to Greenwich Village.
Gee, I've heard of that place. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo!
Well, so had I. I'd even passed through it once on a streetcar.
Boy, you've really lived, haven't you?
Yes, indeed. Well, suddenly I realized that the following week was our anniversary. I reached into my pocket, pulled out $3. All that was left after a big week of cranking at the penny arcade.
Oh, golly.
Well, to make a long story short, I finally found a dark-bearded Frenchman in a smock who was selling paintings. He sold me that picture of Pupsy's for the $3, including the frame.
Gosh, and then you signed Harlan Dunning's name to it?
Yes, and told her it cost me $200.
Oh. And now Mr. Dunning's in town and the whole story will come out. Oh, Daddy, Mother will never speak to you again.
Well, I don't think I can count on it, Mildred.
Gee, if there was only some way to keep this Dunning from seeing the picture. Hey, wait a minute. He's stopping at my boss's house. Maybe I can get some ideas from Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, my boy, if you only could.
Oh, do you really think you might, Dennis?
Well, it's possible. He's always giving me a piece of his mind when I don't ask for it. Maybe he can spare a hunk when I do. Mr. Willoughby?
Yes, Dennis?
Is it possible you'd do something for me? A favor?
Why, Dennis, you know how I feel about you.
Yeah, but would you anyway?
Well, what is it you want?
Well, Mr. Willoughby, I'm faced with a problem that calls for a bit of skullduggery. I've come to you because you've got more duggery in your skull than anyone I know.
You're very kind. My entire duggery is at your disposal.
Well, here's the problem. You see, this painter, Harlan Dunning, is stopping at your house.
Yes, what about it?
Well, it's very important that I prevent him from doing something. Now, first of all, do you think he'd take a bribe?
A bribe? What kind of bribe?
Oh, a pretty good one. Say $3.
Why, Diamond Jim.
No good, huh? Well, then maybe you've got something on him that I could use.
Something on him?
Yeah, something horrible he did once, like wife beating or grain trading.
Dennis, don't you think this has gone far enough? Just what are you trying to do? Blackmail a man who is now in my house as a guest of my wife?
Guest of your wife? Hey, maybe there's a romance we could nail him on.
A romance with my wife?
I'll grab at any straw when I'm desperate.
Dennis, you can stop this nonsense about Harlan Dunning. I'm not interested in your problem, and I don't care to hear any more about it.
But Mr.
That
Willoughby
is final, Dennis. Oh, that reminds me, though. Run up to the barber shop on the corner and make an appointment for Mr. Dunning. He'll be in at 1 o'clock.
The barber shop?
Yes, and tell Roy to do a good job. Dunning wouldn't want to go to his exhibit unless he were perfectly groomed.
Hey, he wouldn't at that, would he? Mr. Willoughby, I just got an idea.
Oh, the poor, lonely little thing. What is it?
Well, it's something I have to do during lunch hour. Could you possibly see your way clear to give me one today?
Well, I suppose it's all right just this once. Don't think I'm setting a precedent, though.
Oh, no, sir. I'm not a radical. I'll see you later, Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, Dennis, wait a minute.
Oh, Mildred. Oh, gee, something important has come up, Mildred. I'm on my way right now.
But you invited me to come down and eat lunch with you today.
I know, and I'm sorry you made that long trip with the sandwiches. But you see, this is for your father.
Oh, you mean you've got...
Yeah, I got an idea to keep Dunning from appearing at the exhibit or anywhere else in public.
Oh, golly, honestly? Well, what? How?
Well, come on, I'll tell you as we go. Oh, this is a killer. Boy, am I a low-down, dirty rat. Wait till you hear it.
Oh, Dennis, you're just marvelous.
Sure, and did you see how easy it was? I told Roy Mr. Dunning wanted a shave and a haircut, but out at Willoughby's, not here.
Yes.
And when he comes back, it'll be too late. Hey, Roy's white jacket fits me pretty good, doesn't it, huh?
Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness, look. There's a man coming across the sidewalk now. It must be Mr. Dunning.
Yeah, quick, get out of sight. I'm all set.
Oh, good luck.
Good day.
Well, 1 o'clock, right on the dot. So my name is Giuseppe Antonio Silvestro Bacigalupo Graziani. I'm the barber. You the costa, have a seat.
What was that name again?
Giuseppe Antonio Silvestri Bacigalupo Graziani.
Why, the sign outside says Roy D. Flugelheimer.
That's correct. That's what my name is. I mean in English.
Oh, I see. Well, I like a haircut, a shampoo, and a shave, please. In other words, the works.
Ah, don't worry. That's just what are you going to get?
I'm rather particular about the way I look. You're certain you know your business?
Shoo! Don't worry about a thing, amico mio. I've been cutting hair every day for 20 years. And on a Domenica, after Sunday, just to keep in a practice, I cut all of the neighbors' heads. Lean back, please. Lean back.
All right, then. And when you're through, you might trim my mustache, please.
Just leave it to me. I trim it fine. I've got some nice stuff left over from a Christmas.
What was that?
Lean back. I give you the haircut. Come on. Hey, how's that? Nice, huh?
What? You made the left side much too short.
Ah, don't worry. We snip some off of the right. There.
Yeah, but now the right side is shorter than the left.
Okay, we'll work some more on the left. So, how's that?
Well, now the left side is shorter again.
Hey, what kind of head you got it there? Must be very uneven.
Well, it wasn't uneven before you started.
Well, wait, I fixed him up.
All right.
Now the same on both sides, a nice and a bare.
Why, what have you done? I've got no hair at all on the sides and a clump of it sticking up in the middle.
Yeah, you look like the Navajo.
What am I supposed to do now, sell blankets?
Oh, don't worry, I fixed them. There. Whoops, still uneven.
How can it be? There isn't a hair left on my head.
No, but I cut off one eyebrow.
Why?
Oh, wait, I'll fix it, that's all right. There, even again. Okay, next, please.
You.
Yeah, that's too bad. What would it be?
Exhibit.
Why, your exhibit.
My name isn't Dunning, it's Sidney Newhouse. I'm a traveling salesman.
Sidney Newhouse? A traveling salesman?
Yes, what about it?
Oh, nothing. It's nice to meet you. You heard any good stories lately? So then the only thing I could do was to beat it before Roy got back. I'm afraid I failed, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, dear.
I guess we're sunk.
Well, as far as I can see, there's only one way to keep Dunning from getting a look at that painting. We're going to steal it from the exhibit.
Steal it? Well, wouldn't that be stealing? I'm certain it would.
Only taking what belongs to me, Dennis.
Well, yeah, but how are you going to do it? Mr. Stark, the chairman of the exhibit, is there all the time.
That's where you come in, my boy. You're going to distract her attention.
Me? How?
By flirting with her.
Mr. Anderson, your mezzanine has fallen downstairs.
You can do it. You're always imitating movie stars. Now pick out some great lover of the screen and go to work on her.
Well, there is one who always gets Rosette. After all, what can we lose? Just our health and our liberty.
there she is, Dennis. Now, do you think you can keep her occupied while I snatch the painting?
I hope so. This is one screen lover who's never missed before, anyway.
Good. I'll hide here in the archway until you've made your conquest. Oh, here she comes.
Is there something I can do for you, young man? It's after hours, you know.
Hello, short, gray, and beautiful.
I beg your pardon.
It's just about cocktail time, Dreamboat. What say we drift down to the beer parlor and blast it and schlitz it a while?
Why, we haven't even been introduced yet.
I'm a man and you're a woman, kiddo. That's the stuff couples are made of.
But this is so sudden.
I can't help it, love bundle. You're the type that drives men wild.
Oh, my late husband always used to say that.
Not in that tone of voice, I'll bet.
Well, no. Oh, you are kind of cute.
I thought you'd begin to see things my way.
You have nice eyes and such lovely curly hair. And a darling dimple.
You missed the lips, baby. Get a load of the lower one.
Oh, my, I'm afraid you're just too much for me.
You said it, kiddo, and my motto is, if you can't fight 'em, join 'em.
Well, aren't you going to ask me for a kiss?
Why, I hadn't planned to go into the matter that deeply.
Oh, come on, brown eyes, kiss me.
Well, all right, close your eyes and tilt your head back.
Dennis, everything's okay.
Well, my eyes are closed and my head is tilted, dear boy.
Okay, hold it. I'll be back in half an hour. Boy, that was close. Did you get it, Mr. Anderson?
It's right here under my coat.
Good. Now we're in the... Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
A horrible thought just struck me. Won't the police investigate this?
Sure they will. That's part of my plan.
Say, that's pretty clever. How long do you think we'll be in for?
Well, you don't understand my scheme. We're going to plant this in Harlan Dunning's room at the Willoughbys.
Plant it? But he can prove to the cops he didn't take it.
Not if we're the cops.
Huh?
All we have to do is say that we're the police and accuse him of the theft.
Yeah?
Then we'll tell him that if he won't reveal that it's not a real Dunning, we'll return the picture and say nothing about it.
Wow!
Isn't that some idea?
Boy, when your brain gets revved up, your whole head spins, doesn't it? Gee, Mr. Anderson, we're sure in luck. Mrs. Willoughby is still out shopping, and Mr. Willoughby hasn't come home from the store yet.
It's about time we got a break. Okay, go ahead.
Right. Open up in the name of the law! Open up, I say!
Yeah, up!
What's going on out here?
Don't make a move, Dunning. I've got you covered.
Yeah, covered.
Okay, Anderson. Whisk him.
Whisk him?
Risk him?
Don't you mean frisk him?
Oh, that's it.
Gentlemen, may I be so bold as to inquire what this is all about?
Cut it out, Dunning. Come on, where'd you hide the stuff, the loot, the swag?
Yeah, where'd you...
I'm afraid I haven't the faintest idea what you mean.
Oh, so you won't talk, huh?
I'd rather not. Much more fun listening.
Oh, yeah? Well, we'll beat it out of you. Herbie, where's your Billy?
Why, Billy has it.
Well, we'll get out the rubber hose. How do you want it, Dunning? With the nozzle on or off?
Just a fine spray, if you please.
You may not know it, Dunning, but you're in trouble.
Yes,
we're detectives specializing in investigating theft.
Yeah, we're from the Homicide Bureau.
Come clean, Dunning. Where's the painting?
What painting?
The one you stole from Weaverville Museum.
Are you out of your mind?
He isn't going to talk, Sergeant. We better search the room.
Right, Corporal.
Lieutenant.
Oh, sorry. You take the closets and bureau drawers. I'll go through his wallet.
You put your hands on my things, gentlemen, and you'll regret it the rest of your lives. Now, that's a warning.
Are you threatening us, cops?
You're no more cops than I am. Now, what's your game?
See here, you.
No use, Mr. Anderson. He knows we're not cops.
But how could he tell?
I don't know. Maybe it's our high arches. Better show him the painting, Mr. Anderson.
Well, all right. Here.
What? Oh, I say, that's got my name on it.
Yes, sir, but we know you didn't really paint it.
I should say I didn't. This is a...
Huh?
Nothing. What do you want?
Well, Mr. Anderson gave this picture to his wife 20 years ago, and she's always thought it was a Dunning original. And now with the exhibit and you being here in person...
She'd find out the truth and be unhappy.
Yes, sir. In a pretty bloody sort of way.
I see. Well, gentlemen, how would you like me to trade you a real Dunning original for this picture of yours?
Oh, my goodness.
Gosh, Mr. Dunning, would you?
Oh, why not? After all, you're on the spot. Glad to help you.
Oh, bless you,
Bless
sir.
you.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Here. Now, just sign this sales form right here, and we'll make it all fine and legal.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
There you are.
Yeah. And here is one of my paintings. It's a still life. I call it Flute and Liverwurst at Dusk.
Gee, it's a beauty, too. Thanks a million, Mr. Dunning.
Not at all. But perhaps you'd be interested in hearing just why I was kind enough to make this little exchange with you.
Why, yes, sir, we would.
Very well. I shall tell you.
You mean it wasn't a Dunning original I had hanging in the parlor all these years?
That's right, Poopsie. Now you know the whole story of how I bought it from that Frenchman in Greenwich Village.
And you actually traded it to Mr. Dunning for one of his genuine paintings?
Yes, ma'am. This is it right here.
Yes. Very pretty, probably. You say it's called Flute and Liverwurst at Dusk?
That's right. The flute is the one with the holes.
Well, anyway, it's an original Dunning, and that's all that matters. So, all's well that ends well.
Yeah, that's true, little gumdrop.
There's just one more little thing. I don't suppose you'd even care about it one way or the other.
What's that, Dennis?
The reason Mr. Dunning traded his picture for yours.
Oh, what was the reason?
Well, as I say, I don't suppose it matters. But the picture you had hanging in your parlor was an original Picasso worth $10,000.
Oh, no!
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Serenade of the Bells. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo, hair bright, washed right, easy to do and dress right, hair that's soft and silky from a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new three-way loveliness, fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft and easy to manage. Be a dream girl, a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the popular ballad, Serenade of the Bells.
In the sleepy town of San Juanito, there's a story that a padre tells of a gay senor and senorita and the serenade of the bells. Seems they asked the padre for permission to be married early in the spring, but their folks had made just one condition, that the mission bells had to ring. were broken and hadn't sounded for a long, long time. Then one night the village was astounded, for the bells began to chime. Still the bells are broken, goes the story. But if in your heart a true love dwells, they will ring for you in all their glory. That's the serenade of the bells. Everyone knew the bells were broken and hadn't sounded for a long, long time. Then one night the village was astounded, for the bells began to chime. Still the bells are broken, goes the story. But if in your heart a true love dwells, they will ring for you in all their glory. That's the serenade of the bells. The serenade of the
Doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Let's bring out our star, the creator and originator of Bugs Bunny, Mel Blanc. Come on in.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to meet you and to introduce myself. I'd like to tell you a little about my background. When I first came to Hollywood, it seems when film producers heard my vocal calisthenics, consistently and loud they shouted, "No! This guy don't rate with movie photogenics." They said my face was meant for radio.
They said his face was meant for radio.
Don't rub it in. So I developed character projection upon the air and finally got a call. Producers hollered, "Mel is our selection, 'cause he's the biggest character of all."
'Cause he's the biggest character of all.
You guys can be replaced, you know. I became the happy postman with a manner so beguiling. You remember?
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
I became a train announcer, and my tonsils did a conga with train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
They said that he'd look good on radio, and everybody told him where to go.
No coaching from the audience, please. As a violin teacher, I made a nice penny, which ain't doing bad when you work for Jack Benny. What a tune your fiddle brings on, how I wish it had no strings on. I force a smile and try to please and cry upon my pillow. I've even been Calliope's. Forgive me, please, Petrillo. I heard that. As Pedro, when I see a girl with grace, Chiquita, I say,
pardon me for talking in your face, senorita.
And then this little guy I've saved for last.
I'm Suki, and in the fix-it shop, I'm the president. I'm the vice president. I'm the not so fast!
I'm just taking in a lot of dough because his face was meant for radio.
It's a lie. Why do you think I got a fix-it shop? 'Cause I had to find a way to pay the rent. I'm what is known as a successful flop, 'cause before I get a quarter, it is spent. I'm on a lot of air shows. If I'm lying, I should choke. My tax consultant says if I get one more show, I'm broke. So why do you think I got a fix-it shop?
'Cause for radio, his face was meant.
Agents get commission. Don't forget withholding tax. My dentist and physician, and my wife's account at Saks. Publicity and writers. Oh, my aching back and head. If I get laryngitis, then I might as well be dead. My paper profits grieve me, 'cause they never reach the bank. My assets, please believe me, like my second name, are blank.
So why do you think he's got a fix-it shop?
And I only hope the darn thing really clicks. I am the lowest of the guys on top.
He has found that fame and fortune doesn't mix.
There's dough for entertainment, bills and bills the whole day long. I even had to pay a guy to write this stinking song. So why do you think I got a fix-it shop? 'Cause I'm really in a heck of a fix.
Holding carpet.
I'm really in a heck of a fix.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents The Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Jerry Hausner, Hans Conried, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Until Christmas, and in Mel Blanc's little town, young men eager to make a good impression are buying Christmas gifts for their young ladies. At the local furrier's, Sam Brown is saying to the clerk,
I'll take this fur coat, wrap it as a gift, and send it Christmas morning.
At the jewelry store, Tom Williams is saying,
I'll take this diamond bracelet, wrap it as a gift, and send it Christmas morning.
And in the candy shop where Mel Blanc has been shopping, Mel is saying,
I'll take this 2-pound box of peanut brittle. No, don't wrap it as a gift. I'll eat it right here.
So Mel ate the peanut brittle. Right now, we find him in his fix-it shop with his girlfriend, Betty. Being very low on funds, Mel is turning the pages of a mail-order catalog, hoping that the pictures may suggest a gift for Betty.
Broom handle, garbage pail, nail polish, eye wash, diamond ring, fur coat, wristwatch, hand wipers, shoe horn.
Mel,
Huh?
stop turning the pages so fast.
Oh, all right. Well, let's start from the front of the catalog.
Yeah, all right, good. Page 1, women's dresses. Page 2, women's bathrobes. Page 3, women's nightgowns. Page 4...
Betty, stop turning the pages so fast. Oh, we don't need this whole catalog anyway.
That's right. I got you a perfectly wonderful gift last year without the catalog.
By the way, Betty, what did you get me last Christmas?
Well, don't you remember, darling, those long-handled Chinese back scratchers?
Back scratchers?
Yeah.
And I've been serving salad with them all year. Gosh, Betty, won't it be swell when we're married and can have Christmas in our own little house? We'll get up Christmas morning and look at the tree with all the presents.
Yes. And then maybe we'll hear the patter of little feet around the tree.
Betty, Santa Claus doesn't bring children.
I know that, Mel. And I think you should also know that Willie Murdoch is giving me a wonderful gift. And very expensive.
Willie Murdoch. He's probably just trying to impress your father. Betty, why does your father favor him over me? He's got little narrow shoulders, and I've got, he's got a small forehead, and I've got, he's got practically no chin, and I've got, gosh, we look so much alike, I don't see how your father can tell us apart.
Willie will take care of that with his Christmas gift.
Oh, is that so? Well, I'm going to get some money and get you a much bigger Christmas present. Oh, hello, Mr. Colby.
Hello, Father.
Betty, are you here again? How many times have I told you to stay away from this no-good, timid nincompoop?
Father, that's not true. Mel is not timid.
Yeah, that's right, Betty.
Betty, this pauper will never amount to anything.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so. I bet you don't have a quarter to your name.
Is that so? That's so. Well, look, Mr. Colby.
Betty, you go on back to the supermarket. You should be helping Willie prepare for the new radio program.
Yeah, all right, Father. Goodbye, Mel.
Bye, Betty. Mr. Colby, did you say something about a radio program?
Yes, but it needn't bother you.
Needn't bother me, Mr. Colby? Me, the greatest actor in town?
Oh, never mind that. I came in to see if you could straighten out this signet ring I'm wearing. It's gotten a little lopsided.
Oh, that's easy, Mr. Colby. Just lay your finger on the counter here.
Here?
Yeah, that's fine. Now, I'll just take this hammer and...
Oh, Mel Blanc!
What's the matter, Mr. Colby? The ring isn't lopsided anymore.
No, now my finger is.
Well, Mr. Colby, if I've done anything to hurt you, let me make it up by acting in your radio program.
Oh.
What kind of a program is it, anyway?
Well, it's an idea my manager, Willie Murdoch, gave me. I'm sponsoring a program which appeals to the ladies. Great idea, Willie's. Supper at the supermarket.
Supper at the supermarket? See, that's a natural for me. I would make a perfect master of ceremonies.
No, I'm leaving.
Oh, don't go, Mr. Colby. Listen to this. Now you have 8. Will you try for 16? Who does that sound like?
Tommy Manville.
No, Phil Harris. I'll even do his accordion. I should have said Baker. I'll even do Baker's accordion. I can do either one of them, but I'll do Phil Baker's accordion. Listen to this.
Oh, Mel Blanc, I've had enough of your silly
Look, wait a minute. I'm a natural for radio, Mr. Colby. Listen to this. You gotta start out each day with a song, even if things go wrong.
Mel Blanc, you come around to my program and I'll break every bone in your body now.
How do you like that? Everybody wants to get into the act. Please, Mr. Colby, give me a chance. Besides, I need the money badly. I want to get Betty a Christmas gift, and I don't want to give her just anything. I want to give her something she'll like.
Now, don't worry. She likes you. She'll like anything. Besides, my manager, Willie Murdoch's going to be the master of ceremonies. Well, I got to go now.
Oh, wait, Mr. Colby, just one more. There's good news tonight. The international picture is a bit clouded. On the one hand, we see good tidings. On the other hand, we see bad tidings. Who knows? Tomorrow may be just tidings. In conclusion,
I'm leaving.
Oh, gosh, I'll never be able to get enough money for Betty's gift. What'll I do? There's bad news for Mel Blanc tonight. In conclusion, we can safely say that for Mel, it looks very blank.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble can spell the doom of happiness between bride and groom. That little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, has ruined many a romance. Don't you be an innocent victim. Here's a helpful hint. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and Uncle Remus.
Uncle Remus, Uncle Remus said,
gather round me, little children, before you go to bed.
Just give him your attention, hear what he's got to say.
I'll tell you how the animals got that way.
The leopard's pappy got the gout from eating too much speckled trout.
The lammy dreamed of polka dots,
and that's how the leopard got his spots. That's what Uncle Remus said. That's what Uncle Remus said. From speckled trout and polka dots.
That's how the leopard got his spots.
More. Uncle Remus, tell us more.
The piggy saw his monkey friend swinging by his other end.
He tried the same thing on a rail,
and that's how the piggy got a curly tail.
That's what Uncle Remus said. That's what Uncle Remus said. He tried the same thing on a rail. That's why the piggy got a curly tail. That's all, little chillins. That's all, little chillins. Be good, little chillins.
Time to go to bed.
That's right, Uncle Remus. Good night, Uncle Remus.
Sleep tight, Uncle Remus.
Or we'll put a hole in your head. Your head.
Mel Blanc tried to get the job of Master of Ceremonies on Mr. Colby's new radio program, Supper at the Supermarket, so that he could buy his girlfriend Betty as expensive a gift as the one his rival, Willie Murdoch, is getting her. But Mr. Colby turned Mel down cold, and Mel still hasn't been able to raise any money. However, the wonderful thing about Mel is that he never worries. Despite his predicament, he calmly goes about his duties in the fix-it shop.
Right now, his keen mind is tackling the delicate problem of restoring the voice of a mama doll.
Gosh, if Willie gets Betty a better present than I do.
With experienced fingers, he deftly manipulates the mechanism of the voice of the doll.
I gotta get some money. Gee, my customers owe me plenty.
And now, having completed the delicate operation, he tips the mama doll gently forward.
Just like new. Oh, I know what to do. Hey, Zuki!
Yeah, Mel.
Look, Zuki, here's a list of people who owe us money. I want you to go out and collect it.
Oh, okay, Mel. You can depend. On me. Gee, I hope I can collect some money for Mel. Well, here's the first house. Here, Mrs. Brown. I'll ring the bell. I'll knock on the door. Hello, Mrs. Brown. I came to collect for Mel's repair job on your washing machine.
What? Do you know what he did to my washing machine? I just put these sheets through it and look at them.
Gee, what lovely lace curtains. Well, here's the Jones house. How do you do, Mrs. Jones? I came to collect the bill for Mel Blanc. Well, here's the Smith house. How do you do, Mrs. Smith? I came to collect... Well, here's the Gibbs house. How do you do? Well, here's the Martin house. Nobody home.
Well, Zuki, how did you make out?
Oh, I collected 10 to the 5 to the 3 to the not a dime. Oh, Mel, here comes Mr. Cushing, the president of the Loyal Order of
Benevolent Zebras.
Thanks.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga. How are you feeling?
Not very well, Mel. Last Thursday, my wife and I had the worst fight we've ever had. Next morning, she was in the hospital.
Poor woman.
Poor woman, nothing. She was visiting me. Brought me a pie. She says,
"Eat it. It's good for you. It'll melt in your mouth."
Well, did it melt in your mouth?
Yeah, but it hardened in my stomach. Everything about that woman is hard, Mel. Her relatives, her feelings, her face, her voice. If only her arteries would get that way. I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I don't know what to talk to. Well, Mel, gotta be going.
Before you ugga, mighty potentate, where are you going?
Well, I'm going to Colby's supermarket program. The wife will be there because they're giving away a $40 bottle of perfume to the oldest woman in the audience.
Well, do you think your wife is old enough to win it?
Ha!
You really married a woman much older than you, didn't you?
Mel, age didn't matter. When I first met my wife, Babe, I worshipped the ground she walked on. Besides, she owned the property.
I guess in your case, Cupid was a real estate agent. Say, did you go with Babe much before you married her?
Well, I went with her for 5 years. And then her uncle died and left her $3 million. After that, it was a case of love at first sight.
Oh, you only married her because her uncle left her that money.
No, that's not true, Mel. I would have married her no matter who left her the money. Mel, how different it was when we were first married. I remember I carved our initials on a big tree. She was so touched, she kissed the tree.
How romantic. Then what happened?
The tree died. Ned, you're not listening very carefully.
Well, I was just thinking. If I was the oldest lady in Colby's supermarket, I'd get the $40 bottle of perfume. Then I'd give it to Betty, and that would settle everything. Say, mighty potentate, do you know where I can get a lady's wig?
Well, I could let you have one of my wife's. But I won't have any part of such skullduggery. Goodbye, Mel.
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. Gosh, I wonder how I sound as an old lady.
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, are we having fun? Isn't supper at the supermarket a gosh dandy program? Ha, ha, ha. Yes, sir. Well, the woman with the funny hat can sit down now. Well, this is Willie Murdoch handing the mic back to your host, Mr. Colby, who will select the very oldest lady in our audience.
Excuse me, young lady. May I sit next to you, girl?
Why, certainly, madam. My, you're awfully old.
Well, I gotta be to win the prize I'm getting for you.
Mel, you in a dress and a wig.
Shh, quiet, Betty. Now, I'll get you a better gift than Murdoch, and I don't care how I do it.
Now, ladies, the highlight of our show, the awarding of this $40 bottle of perfume. I'm going to select the oldest lady in the audience. Call out your ages, please.
70. 80. 85. 90. 100. That's my last offer.
It's a very quaint way of putting it. Madam, did you say you were 100?
That's right. 100 going on.
Going on what?
On adrenaline. What else?
Madam, what do you attribute your long life to?
Oh, vitamins.
Vitamins, eh?
Yep. My uncle ate vitamins all the time, every day. Oh, made him so lively and jumpy. Always jolly and happy. Finally, at 90, he died.
He died, huh?
Yep, happiest funeral you ever saw.
Well, madam, before I give you the grand prize, we'd like to know what is your secret ambition?
To get the bottle of perfume.
Now, yes. You must tell us what your secret ambition is.
Well, I'd like to go on the radio.
Well, what could you do on the radio?
Oh, I'd be a great mistress of ceremonies on a program like this. Guess who this is? You have 8. Will you try for 16?
I know. Phil Harris. I should have said Baker.
No, Tommy Manville.
Hey, that sounds familiar.
I'll take the perfume now.
No, not before you do another impersonation, grandmother.
Well, all right. You've got to start out each day with a song. Even when things go wrong.
I've heard that before only a short while ago.
I like that. Everybody wants to get into the act. I'll take the perfume now.
Mr. Colby, we only have 30 seconds left on the air. It's time for you to kiss the old lady.
I'll go and you can keep the perfume. So long. So long.
Just as I suspected. Mel Blanc, I'll teach you to make a fool out of me, or I'm going to break every bone in your body.
Gosh, Betty, imagine your father throwing me out like that. A fine way to treat an old lady.
Oh, Mel, darling, it's all my fault. I should never have mentioned Willie Murdoch's gift to you. To get me a better gift, look what you went through.
Yeah, the door of your father's supermarket. Oh, what's the use?
Oh, look, here comes Willie Murdoch. Willie, what happened to you?
Oh, your father didn't like the program, so he threw me out of the supermarket, too.
He did?
Yeah.
How do you like that? Everybody wants to get into the act.
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
You know, that breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, has put the brakes on many a promising business career. So be on your guard against this handicap. Do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing, and remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and
that's all, folks.
This is Bunny reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breakfast sweet and teeth of sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Fred's guest, the popular cinema chap Reginald Gardiner. Portland Hoffa, Falstaff Openshaw, the Texaco Workshop Players, Hilo Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Jimmy Wallington, suggesting that you see your Texaco dealer soon and change to the correct Texaco lubricant for spring. Thin, worn winter lubricant can't protect your car in coming warmer weather. With the correct grade of insulated Haviland motor oil, the right Texaco gear lubricants, and Marfac chassis lubrication, your car can run better and last longer. This is Easter Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, the day the little bunny leaves his colored eggs at your door. Tonight we can't bring you the little bunny and the eggs, but we can bring you a man who will give you a few old jokes. He's Fred Allen.
Thank you, and I just bit my tongue, Jimmy. The first piece of tender meat I've had for 2 months. Well, thank you, and good. I owe myself 7 points now. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, I know you had a big day today. I saw you this afternoon in the Easter parade.
Oh, yes. Did you like my outfit, my silk hat?
Oh, Jimmy, your head looked as though it was hanging out of a ship's funnel there. And those tan shoes you had on were snappy, too. Your feet looked like 2 omelets with buttons on them as you...
But how about that Easter lily I was carrying?
The Easter lily, Jimmy? Yeah. You had the pot for it, James.
Say, Fred, did you hear the people cheer as I went by?
Oh, Jimmy, when your shirt front lit up and said, "Follow me to a Texaco dealer," I was proud of you.
Oh, that was some parade today. It was a little chilly marching.
Well, I know. It was so cold, some of the girls were mixing sterno in with their liquid stockings to keep their legs warm. It's a new sprinkle they have with... It was really a lot...
Mr. Allen!
Well, for him. Your left shoulder blade is in bloom, I see tonight.
You're just in time, Portland. Jimmy and I were talking about the Easter parade.
Oh, Mama and I were in the parade.
Oh, were you really?
Uh-huh. Mama had a new hat. It's an off-the-face model.
Oh. Well, some of those off-the-face hats should be worn off the head from the look. I saw a woman with a hat today. It looked like a pot roast relaxing on a pen wiper. And the other woman with her had one of those little fur hats, you know, it looks like a blowout patch from a raccoon coat. Well, the woman had this little fur hat on. She looked as though a muskrat was backing out of her hair. It was quite a thing.
Mama bought me a new hat.
Really?
It's a bread crust.
A crust of bread is a hat?
Mm-hmm. I go out wearing the bread crust.
Uh-huh.
In 2 minutes, my hair is full of sparrows.
Oh, sparrows, huh?
It's a pretty effect.
I'll take your word for it. You know, you could go out with nothing on your head, and in 2 minutes you'd be wearing woodpeckers. Well, this has been a great Easter, Portland. It certainly was a big egg week. A big week for eggs, wasn't it?
Mr. Wilkie laid a big one in Wisconsin.
I know. Yes, but Mr. Wilkie took his medicine like a man. That reminds me, Portland, I think I'll see how the Republicans are doing down in Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, this past week, the OPA launched a drive to curb eating places throughout the city that had increased their prices. And so our question is, have you eaten in any restaurant lately where the food price ceilings have been violated?
Shall we go?
Well, as Mrs. Cassidy said to Mr. Cassidy, let's hop along. What a fat handle our mop has. Well, Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley. I wonder if Senator Bloat is in.
Yes?
Senator Bloat?
Yes, but you'll have to hurry. I'm working on a presidential campaign slogan for Governor Dewey.
But no one knows if Mr. Dewey is going to run.
That's my slogan.
What?
Dewey or don't he?
Very good, Senator. Tell me, are you doing anything about restaurants violating food ceilings?
Yes, all food should be conserved.
Conserved? How do you mean, Senator?
If my bill, the Bloat bill, goes through, all eating places will be closed except Chinese restaurants.
Chinese restaurants? Well, what will people get to eat?
Dehydrated egg foo young.
What is dehydrated egg foo young?
There is no egg in it.
No.
There is no young in it.
No.
It's all food. I think so.
Well, I hope the Senator remembers you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all of the people all of the time. Let's try next door.
Well, what is it?
I give up. I don't know. Mrs. Prawn, have you been victimized in any restaurants?
For 20 years, I've been having tea for nothing at the buttered-colored tea shopping.
Tea for nothing?
I bring my own tea bag. I order a pot of hot water. The hot water is free.
Well, what was the violation?
Yesterday, I went in with my tea bag.
Yes?
I ordered a pot of hot water.
Yes?
The waitress said hot water is 10 cents a pot.
And?
I refused to pay.
Well, when you refused to pay the waitress 10 cents for hot water?
She left me holding the bag.
Mrs. Prawn should report that to the OPA, the Orange Pico Association. Well, what can happen next door here?
No?
Ah, Mr. Rappaport, tell me, have you had any trouble with these food violations?
Violations, he said. Only today I'm a victim.
Well, what happened, Mr. Rappaport?
I am going into Shapiro Salami Shangri-La.
Shapiro Salami Shangri-La?
It's a delicatessen.
Oh, I see.
I'm ordering a jumbo tongue sandwich. It should be with pumpernickel.
I see.
The waiter is bringing the jumbo tongue sandwich, and on the check is marking 20 cents.
You suspected something?
I am lifting up the pumpernickel.
Yeah?
I am looking on the tongue.
Uh-huh.
I am saying, for this Shapiro is charging 20 cents.
Yes?
The tongue is saying, confidentially, I am formally only 15 cents with butter.
tongue was a stool pigeon, hey? Well, what did you do?
I'm calling back the waiter.
You bawled the waiter out?
I am ordering a bottle of seltzer water.
You let them overcharge you for the tongue and you didn't say anything?
No. First, I am drinking the seltzer water.
And after you drank the seltzer water?
Did they hear from me?
Well, that brings us to the little mock stucco cottage at the end of the alley.
Rent the air with trumpets brassy, Falstaff come home again like lassies.
Now, Falstaff, you're concealing something under your loincloth there. More poems?
Ah, yes. Have you heard? My dentist is dead. I have no regret. For my false teeth clicked like two castanets.
No.
Or, he's cursing his draft board out at Fort Dix. If they waited a week, he'd have been 26.
No.
Or, my mother's beard grows longer daily. She's had 2 offers from Barnum and Bailey.
Now, wait a minute, Falstaff. You're turning this into a horror program. Why don't you pay attention here? Tonight we're discussing the OPA's campaign against restaurant violations.
Precisely why I confront you.
All right. What is your food violation poem called?
The Meatball's Lament.
The Meatball's Lament. How does it go?
A little meatball on a plate ruefully started to meditate. The meatball sobbed, for my plight today, there's no one to blame but the OPA. Cooked weeks ago, I'm still not sold. My outside is lumpy, my inside is cold. The meatball continued, its voice was tense. On the menu, I listed at 60 cents. But the OPA says 30 cents is my ceiling. That's why I'm here with my gristle congealing. Doomed for the nonce on my plate to stay until my status is checked by the OPA. The OPA head, Mr. Chester Bowles, may think that meatballs have no soul. But I'll wager him odds at 10 to 7. When a meatball dies, it goes to Hamburg heaven.
Thank you, Falstaff. Falstaff, the meatballs champion, proves that he knows his onions. And at the mention of onions, Maestro Goodman brushes a furtive tear from his eye so that he may see Hilo, Jack, and the dame approaching. Tonight the kids sing, Wish I May, Wish I Might.
Wish I may, wish I might, get the wishes I'm wishing tonight. A young cadet, blonde or brunette, a Romeo and such a Juliet. Wish I might, wish I may, get the wishes I'm wishing today. A lot of poise, a lot of noise, and an awful lot of boys. She wants a day to stay out late. A brother rat who leave me flat for great walks and orchids from New York. A rat of pastor will be round me, and the blast will have me, and they will cheer for the balance of all of the year. So hold me close and hug me tight, for that's the wish I wish I may. Wish you send a dozen roses, wish I had the proper clothes. I could knock their little eyes out if I could get the wish I wish tonight. I wish I may.
Wish I had an old jalop job.
I wish I might.
Just a little open top job.
I wish I may.
I could take my dragon driving,
and I would get the wish I wish tonight. Here's a yell, here's a cheer for the balance of all of the year. So hold me close and hug me tight, 'cause that's the wish I wish I may.
Thank you, Hilo, Jack, and the dame. And now, Jimmy Wallington.
Here you are, Fred, my song for tonight.
Now, wait, Jimmy. Tonight we are not singing another one of your commercial songs. We're singing one of mine.
You've written a song?
Jimmy, you are looking at the author of Little Brown Car.
Little Brown Car.
Mm-hmm.
Who? How can that remind drivers that spring is here, warmer weather's coming, and Texaco dealers are ready to replace those old, worn winter lubricants with the correct Texaco products to prevent excessive warm weather wear?
Just made it, didn't you? Well, look, Jimmy. Looks as though we may have to look around for a man with more wind on this program. Well, now, what you say is true, Jimmy, but in my song...
Oh, nonsense. How can it say that cars are getting older and the right spring-grade of Texaco's insulated Haviland motor oil is more important than ever? And that Marfac lubrication is a pepper-upper for the 40 vital points of the chassis? How can your song say, see your Texaco dealer first to make your car last?
Well, I'll show you how my song can say it, Jimmy. Mr. Goodman, please. Oh, I have a car, it's painted brown. It's a pretty old car, but it's not run down. You should hear that motor sing. Texaco's got it set for spring. Texaco, you and me. Little brown car, how I love thee. Heidi-ho, off we go. Little brown car with Texaco. That was not very mucho, a Besame mucho, played by Al... Wait, Mr. Goodman wants to laugh. Now, everybody quiet while Mr. Goodman laughs. All right. Played by Al Goodman and his serenading son-in-laws, or sons-in-law. I don't... say, Portland, what are you reading there? Is Dick Tracy in trouble again?
No, it's a program.
Oh.
Mama and I went to the racetrack opening.
Oh, that's right, Jamaica. Jamaica track did open yesterday. Did your mother win any money?
Well, Mama only made one bet. She lost.
Oh, her horse was slow, hey?
Mama said he ran like a Crosby horse with Sinatra riding him.
Well, that should be a new record in something, but Frankie would make a great jockey. You know, Sinatra only weighs about 80 pounds with his pivot too thin. Tell me, did the new racing taxes bother the crowd at the track?
Oh, not the people, only the horses.
The taxes bothered the horses?
In the first race, when the winning horse came down the stretch,
Yeah?
on his back he had a jockey and 2 tax collectors.
On the one horse. 3 men on a horse. I saw the play years ago. Well, I'll buzz along, Portland. I have to do some research on my Sherlock Holmes play.
Are you an authority on Sherlock Holmes?
An authority? Why, I got Dr. Watson to join the Needleworkers Union. If I can find an... Why don't you go over in the corner and enjoy it alone? I'll just... Look, if I can find an actor with an English accent, Portland, for my mystery, I'm all set.
Well, can't you get Nigel Bruce?
No, Willie, as we call Nigel in Hollywood, Willie is tied up out there. He's making a sequel to I Walked with a Zombie. It's called The Zombie Came Back Without Me.
Isn't there another actor with an English accent you can get?
Well, I read in a gossip column in Pravda that Reginald Gardiner was in town. I think I'll go over to Reggie's hotel. I'll see you later, Portland.
Yes?
Well, Reginald Gardiner. Reggie, what are you doing sitting on that hot water bag?
Well, I've just finished a USO tour in the Arctic regions, Fred. I can't get thawed out.
Oh, really? And are those goose pimples on the end of your neck?
Yes, this big goose pimple that's doing the talking is my head.
Oh, I see. Well, Reggie, while you're getting defrosted now, if you're not doing anything the next few days...
I'm pretty busy, old man. I'm getting ready to play some more army camp.
Oh, I see.
I was just rehearsing my imitations as you came in.
Oh, really? What do you imitate?
Oh, different things. Have you heard this one? Hi there! Hi there!
What is that?
That's one end of a worm greeting his other end.
Is that all there is to it?
Yes, for reasons known only to itself, the other end of the worm never replies to the greeting.
Oh, I see. It's blunt with the first end. Well,
And now here's another one of my impersonations. Wiggle, wiggle, brrr. Wiggle, wiggle, brrr.
Wiggle, wiggle, brrr. What is that?
That is a snake crawling over an ice cream cone.
Well, in your imitations, it seems, everything talks.
Yes. Have you ever heard a little windshield wiper on a cheap car?
The windshield wiper talks?
Of course it does. It says, it isn't true, it isn't true, it isn't true, it isn't true.
Well, that's swell.
And then there's the windshield wiper on the big car or a truck.
Well, what does that say?
Beef tea, beef tea, beef tea.
You know, I do imitations too, Reggie.
Really?
Oh, yes. Would you like to hear one?
I'd love to hear one, Fred.
Bob White, you all. Bob White, you all.
Bob White, you all.
It's a southern Bob White. But, Reggie, I didn't come over here to bandy impersonations. I want you to appear in a new mystery play I've written.
Oh, no, but I'm no dramatic actor, Fred. I'm a comedian.
Well, you can play this part.
No, I'd probably get a lot of laughs and crumb it up.
Did you say crumb, Reggie? Where did you, an Oxford man, pick up a word like crumb?
Lend-lease, old boy.
Well, look, Reggie, if you'll do my play, we can make a picture out of it.
I've just finished making a picture, Fred.
Oh, a mystery?
No, it's a comedy. It's the new Jack Benny picture.
Well, if there's any comedy in a Benny picture, it's a mystery, Reggie.
Oh, no, really. Jack's swell in this picture, Fred. It's called The Horn Blows at Midnight.
Look, they have to blow a horn in all of the Benny pictures to keep the audience awake. They have a man named Hornblow there who just works on Benny's pictures. When Benny's pictures play in New York, they even let civilians in for 28 cents. Look, Reggie, everyone knows you can do comedy. You should try a dramatic role. Now, you might be another Basil Rathbone.
Fred, do you think the world is ready for another Basil Rathbone?
I think some post-war plan about Rathbone should be brought up. You know, you can get your eyes pulled out a little and your hips lowered and be another Peter Lorre.
Well, what's this play of yours about?
It's a murder mystery solved by a man the world has never heard about until tonight. Sherlock Holmes' brother-in-law, Fetlock Bones. This case is called The Pekingese of the Baskerville. As the play starts, we hear a crescendo of dramatic music.
In the annals of crime detection, no figure looms larger than Sherlock Holmes' brother-in-law, Fetlock Bones. As our story opens, it is a foggy night in London. Fetlock and his friend, Dr. Potson, are at home in their little flat on Baker Street. Dr. Potson is deep in the study of anatomy. An Esquire lies open in front of him. Fetlock Bones is pacing the floor, playing his violin.
I say, Bones.
Yes, Potson?
That tune you're playing, what is it?
It's a new American tune called Mares He Dotes and Does Do Likewise, and little lambsies are up to something. I see the telephone. I shall take it, Potson. Are you there?
Are you there?
Yes, are you there?
No, I'm here.
Well, you must be there. I'm here.
Can you come here?
Where is here?
Not far from there.
Well, I shall be there.
Well, I shall be here.
Righto.
Righto.
Cheerio.
Cheerio.
Potson, quick. Me Rayon Burberry, me Peter Chap, me Needle, me Spike Jones records. I'm off. There's been dirty doing. I'm off to Baskerville Mansion.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you. I am Fetlock Bones.
And I am...
I know. You are Mr. Baskerville's butler, Rancid. You were born near Surrey with the fringe on top. You have no shin in your right leg. Your father raises aspidistras, and you have a cousin Cecil who has a punctured eardrum.
Amazing, Mr. Bones. How did you know?
I'm on your draft board. What is the to-do here?
Well, two of Mr. Baskerville's guests have disappeared. This house is cursed, Mr. Bones.
Isn't there some legend about Baskerville Mansion?
Yes, sir. Whenever the Pekingese is heard barking, someone dies.
That's it, the Pekingese of the Baskerville.
I don't like it, sir. The Pekingese has barked twice tonight.
Where is your master, Barclay Baskerville?
He's in the trophy room. I shall announce you. Announce him, Mr. Fetlock Bones.
I'm Barclay Baskerville. Come in, Mr. Bones.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I say, what magnificent trophies you have here on the wall. That lion's head is a ripper, old boy.
Yes, potted the beggar with my second shot.
And the first shot?
Potted my guide.
This is the guide's head mounted on the other wall, with the cowlick and the dimple.
Yes. Fortunately, he was smiling at the time. Brightens up the room, don't you think?
Rather. Who does your taxidermy?
Mock
Moxton, the bird stuffer on Fleet Street. You can't miss Moxton. He has a weasel throttling a young rabbit in the window.
Oh, I see. What are these trousers you have mounted over here?
I fired at a panther. The panther got away, but he lost his pants.
Lost his pants? Lost his pants. That's a rouser, Baskerville.
It is a bit of the old rowdy dow, what?
Right you are. But let's get down to business. I hear you've had unpleasantness here tonight.
Unpleasantness?
A bit of it, yes. 2 house guests done in. A bit of the old Erie or Delaware Lackawanna or something.
Oh, that? Oh, well, there's nothing you can do about that, old boy. You know the curse of Baskerville Mansion.
You mean the Pekingese of the Baskerville?
It's been going on for centuries. Whenever the Pekingese barks, someone dies.
I understand the Pekingese has had a go at the acoustics tonight, old boy.
Why so, man? My party is going to the dog.
Party is going to the dog? Who are your guests, old fruit?
We're holding a class reunion.
What school? Oxford, Cambridge?
No, Chiswick on the Uppage.
Oh, Chiswick, Tupole Academy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Where are you holding the reunion?
In the turmoil room. Through this door. I believe my mates are singing.
Here's to thee, our alma mater, to our classmates, young and old. Here's to Chiswick on the Uppage, your traditions we bear uphold. Roar, roar, roar! We know what from which. Chisel, chisel, chisel it. But definitely. Oh, come
Classmates of Chiswick on the Uppage. May I present Fetlock Bones? Bones, this is Pippi Hollister.
You do.
Marmaduke Smith-Smythe.
You do.
Pennington Fumfit.
You do.
And H.H. Buddle, recently returned from America. How do you do, sir?
I beg your pardon?
I said, how do you do?
Terribly sorry, you're jogging. I can't understand you.
How do you do?
What is this blighter trying to say?
He means to-do.
Oh, to-do.
Buddle has been in America.
Frightful how the colonies poof about with some other tongue.
Too true, old master.
But what about those chaps who disappeared?
It's filthy, Mr. Burns. We were playing bridge.
The lights went out, the doors barked, the shot rang out. The lights came on and they were gone. Constantly first, then Lettingwell. They both sat in the same chair.
Show me exactly what happened.
Righto. Let's play another hand of bridge, mates. Will you sit in, Bones?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marmaduke, will you sit in that vacant chair?
Right, sir.
We're ready, Baskerville.
Let me see. I bid 1 heart. 2 spades.
I knock with 3.
I'm Schneider. I say the lights are off.
The Pekingese of the Baskerville.
Lights!
They're on again.
I say, Marmaduke's gone.
That blasted dog barked again.
The Pekingese of the Baskerville.
Oh, Bones, do something. 3 Chiswick men have been done away with today. Yes, and each sat in the same chair.
I shall take the fingerprint.
Nobody touched the chair, Bones. They just sat in it.
Sorry, I'm not equipped for prints that large, old boy. There's only one thing to do. We shall reenact the crime. You, Buddle, sit in that chair.
Not that chair.
It's for Chiswick, Buddle.
For Chiswick. Righto, Bones.
And now, Baskerville, we'll play another hand of bridge. Who's bid?
The lights, they're off again.
The Pekingese of the Baskerville.
Let go of my hand. Who's holding my hand?
Not so fast, matey. The light, Buddle. Quickly, the light.
They're on, Bones.
The mystery is solved, Buddle. Here sits the murderer. The cove who has done in your 3 Chiswick classmates.
Baskerville?
Righto.
This is preposterous, Bones. You can't prove anything.
Oh, no? Then how do you account for this revolver strapped under the bridge table?
Purely a coincidence.
And this push button under the table. When you push it, see? A trap door. Sweeney Todd fashion under the chair gives way.
Just a place for old razor blades. But, how do you explain the Pekingese barking?
The dog is concealed in the basement. This other button sends a spark down and gives the Pekingese a hot paw. I suggest you confess, Baskerville.
Yes, Bones, you've got me with my contraption down.
You murdered your Chiswick classmate.
I had to with the foul blighters. Foul blighters, Barclay. The purpose of our class reunion was to present you with a purse of £1 million sterling. I knew, Buddle. That's why I had to murder the entire class.
You had to kill them because they were going to give you all this money?
The gift tax on £1 million today is £1.5 million.
I see. If you had accepted the gift...
I would have been ruined. The class would have wiped me out.
So instead...
I wiped out the class.
This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you that gasoline powers the attack, and don't waste a drop. Thank you, and good night. Thank you.
This is CBS, Columbia Broadcasting System.